never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. The White House reports progress in efforts to secure the release of hostages held by Hamas in Gaza. National Security Council spokesman John Kirby said that while some strides have been made, additional work is required to facilitate a deal.
We believe we're closer than we've ever been, so we're hopeful. But there's still work to be done, and nothing is done until it's all done. So we're going to keep working on this.
This development coincides with news reports indicating that negotiators are close to finalizing an agreement to release some of the hostages taken during the October 7th attack on Israel. A survey conducted by Harvard's Center for American Political Studies, HarrisX, and the Harris Poll reveals that 3 out of 5 Americans believe President Biden was aware of his son Hunter's business dealings. The majority of respondents also indicated that they think the president assisted his son's business, although 40% expressed disbelief in such involvement. An investor in Tesla would like to see Elon Musk suspended.
A shareholder of Tesla is urging the company's board of directors to temporarily suspend Elon Musk due to his endorsement of anti-Semitic ideas on social media. Jerry Brackman is requesting the board to unequivocally acknowledge Musk's error in supporting an anti-Semitic post on X. As the president of First American Trust, Brackman stated in a release that while he supports free speech, there is no excuse for spreading hatred by a CEO of a public company. I'm John Schaefer.
The majority of Americans are aiming to steer clear of political discussions at the Thanksgiving dinner table. According to a national poll by Quinnipiac University, the survey indicates that over 60% of Americans would prefer not to broach the subject. Some analysts suggest that a healthy dose of Zip It would be good for the menu. This is USA News.
President Biden recently released a massive $6 trillion budget, the largest budget in U.S. history. And guess who pays the bill? That's right, you, the American taxpayer. American citizens and business owners will be paying more taxes. That's a fact. And if you owe back taxes, they will be coming after you to collect payments. In fact, President Biden also hired thousands more IRS agents to go after you. If you got a letter from the IRS and you know you owe back taxes or you haven't filed in years, don't put your head in the sand. Call us today. We've saved our customers millions of tax dollars. One quick, free phone call will show you how we can reduce your past tax bill and save you thousands. Guaranteed, or you pay nothing. Call now.
800-511-6046. 800-511-6046. 800-511-6046. That's 800-511-6046.
Argentina has elected a new president. Lance Pry has the details.
The people of Argentina have said no to socialism. The South American country elected conservative libertarian Javier Milei as its new president yesterday. Faced with an economy nearly destroyed by triple-digit inflation, a looming recession, and growing poverty, he won 56% of the vote versus 44% for his rival. Milei promised swift measures to pull the economy out of its deep crisis, saying he's ready to welcome all those willing to join his efforts to restore the country's prosperity. Milei will be president of Argentina December 10th.
AAA anticipates that over 55 million individuals will head out on Thanksgiving travel, going at least 50 miles from their homes. This marks an increase of over 2% compared to a previous year and stands as the third highest Thanksgiving travel forecast on record. The majority of Americans are projected to reach their destinations by car. President Biden held the annual Thanksgiving turkey pardon earlier today at the White House.
Both Liberty, a 42.5-pound turkey, and Bell, a 42-pound turkey, were spared from ending up on someone's table this Thursday. Not only did they get to visit the White House, but Liberty and Bell got first-class treatment before their visit by staying at the luxurious Willard Hotel.
That's Corey Myers reporting. I'm Dave Collins, USA News.
Do you have a story to tell? Bring your story to life with audiobooks. Great stories deserve great storytelling. Audiobook Network provides professional voice actors and full production services for every author's manuscript. From narration, production, and editing to distribution, promotion, and sales, Audiobook Network handles everything. If you have a print book, ebook, or even a manuscript, call Audiobook Network now and get our free audiobook guide. 800-734-1229. 800-734-1229.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Yes, indeed. Here we go. It is showtime. Kind of confusing this week as we close out a Monday. Technically, this is more like hump day, because we got to get to Wednesday, and there it is. Turkey Day, Thanksgiving Day, rapidly approaching. Indeed, welcome aboard. I hope your week's off to a good start here. Travelers. Boy, a lot of folks hitting the road early, and it's only going to get busier. Tuesday, Wednesday, the biggest travel days. So undoubtedly a lot of traffic out there. And some issues to slow you down. We'll break it down for you here. First, though, welcome aboard the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Indeed, a cloudy night outside the secret bunker as we await the rain. and it's knocking on the door. A lot of rain pushing through, from the U.S.-Canadian border, portions of Minnesota, Wisconsin, even a few snowflakes in the mix there in northern Wisconsin. You get into heavier rains through the northern two-thirds of Illinois, especially over toward the northwest corner, Illinois, Iowa line. You've got rain in Chicago. It's raining from Chicago to Indianapolis, Indianapolis to Louisville, from Louisville to Nashville. Now you get on down to Jackson, Mississippi. Rain, rain, rain. Now it looks like the heaviest rains are going to be pulling out of Jackson, but progressing on through eastern portions of Mississippi, moving into Alabama. We had talked about concerns of severe weather, the likes of even tornadoes. We did see numerous tornado warnings through the late afternoon, early evening hours. I have not seen an active tornado warning since a little before 9:30 Central Time. So it's been several hours. Things begin to calm down. Nonetheless, the risk for strong, straight-line damaging winds with severe thunderstorms will still be in the mix through the overnight hours. Tornado watch remains in effect until 1 a.m. Central Time, and we'll see if they expand that. That's in south central and now moving into southeastern and east central portions of Mississippi. We'll just, again, keep an eye on things. Not sure if they would progress the tornado watch further east into maybe portions of Alabama, but we'll, again, keep an eye on things. But as we saw the new week underway, there were multiple tornadoes on the ground Monday night from northeast Texas to the lower part of the Mississippi Valley. Tornadoes possible north of that zone, even into central Arkansas. But as I said, as we progress on through the late night hours here, the risks should be decreasing rather significantly. Storms will be less likely to produce a tornado, but can still be damaging, again, with straight-line winds and flash flooding likely through the overnight hours. New Orleans to Biloxi, Mississippi, maybe even over toward Birmingham, Alabama tonight. Now, as that storm system responsible for the threat lifts further to the north on our Tuesday, conditions in the atmosphere will actually shift away from rotating thunderstorms. That risk of tornadoes continues to drop off through the day. But the storms for the upcoming day, that's all ahead of an advancing cold front and will likely occur from the Florida Panhandle northeast to central portions of South Carolina. The risk area include much of southeastern Alabama, most of Georgia, including the Atlanta metro area. The highest risk for the storms today will be disruptive downpours, ponding of water on the roadways with all those travelers, dangerous lightning, and straight-line winds around the Atlanta metro area. That's going to be probably during your morning commute and into the midday hours. As the case of any severe thunderstorm, there could be a brief tornado spin-up. By Tuesday night, the widespread risk of severe weather eases. Still could be talking some thunderstorms extending from northeast Florida and coastal areas from southeast Georgia and the coastal Carolinas, maybe on up into southeastern Virginia. Still could be at severe levels at a local level. And then we'll be talking about maybe a bit of snow in the higher elevations. There in south central, southwestern portions of Pennsylvania, on up into the higher elevations of eastern West Virginia over toward the Virginia-West Virginia line. And coming up, we'll take a look at our Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade forecast. How are we looking? Actually, I can give you the tease. It's looking pretty good. This storm will be pushing through the area, but moving out before the Thanksgiving Day Parade gets underway. And then later in the week, starting on Thanksgiving Day, just be prepared. Advance warning, our next winter storm will be bringing some pretty widespread snowfall. Denver will once again find themselves in the mix. It's amazing. Temperatures are expected to be 68 degrees for your Wednesday leading into Thanksgiving for the Denver area and many other areas in that region, well above normal. And they will plummet down into the 20s and even some teens with snow coming into play. Again, we'll break that all down for you coming up here, all the very latest. So again, hope your week's off to a good start here. I am Steve Summers, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Gobble, gobble. Plenty to cover under our industry headlines coming up here. Let's get over and see who we've got checking in out of the box. Philly Dan is on board. Welcome aboard, Philly. A lot of Swifties mad right now as, yes, Monday Night Football. Those Philadelphia Eagles beat the Kansas City Chiefs. 21-17, the final score there. Man, I got wrapped up in that mess yesterday on I-95 in Chester County, Chester, PA. You had a wrong-way driver hit a Pepsi tractor trailer, shutting things down for hours. What a mess. Hello to Dale, Kentucky Ken. How we doing there? Good morning, Overnight Drive crew. Rough traffic day today. I can't wait till Tuesday and Wednesday. Did I ever mention I hate driving in Atlanta, Georgia? I think everybody's mentioned that. Safe travels and prayers. Kentucky Ken is listening in. Good to have you with us. Sergeant MacGyver, hey there, checking in from Sydney, Ohio tonight. Safe travels to all those who keep America rolling. Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. 49 degrees, Carthage, Missouri, checking in. Over 10,000 head sold at the Joplin Sale Barn today. Wow. After 8 hours, I just hit the chute, fixing to load my powerful chrome-plated cow truck heading north to South Dakota at a high rate of speed. Hey, a special show me shout-out to the Trucking Icon Hall of Famer, the Carolina Monkey Gouger from the Joplin Regional Stockyards. Is that a common occurrence, or that sounds like an unusual 10,000 head sold in a day? That's a lot of livestock. Pappy, kind of a drizzly 49 degrees, Harrison, Ohio. It is that time. Nocturnal listeners, saddle up, turn it up, and dial it up at 844-844-3388. He'll take your call, even though he's hidden down in the Hot Shots secret hidden bunker somewhere in southwestern Hamilton County. Stay safe, hammer down, let it roll. Are you with me? Yes, indeed. Mary Ann in the house. Good morning, Steve. Overnight family doing good. Good morning to Pappy. Good morning, Buckeye Boy, Billy Gilligan, all the listeners out there. The Michigan Madman, Rick Dipsy Driver, from Lily, Darla, and the Fur Babies. Good afternoon, says Larry. Hammer down, be safe. We're at the freezing mark, 32 degrees in Kingston, New York, as we get this week started, round number 1 to Schenectady. Brain Dead, good morning, Steve. Happy Tuesday to you. It is my Friday, finally. So with that said, I did send you some Dumbass of the Week nominees, plus a definitive winner for the week. I'll try to check in later. But in the event I cannot get in tonight, have a happy Thanksgiving. All right, I don't think that'll be a problem. A lot of folks getting their Thanksgiving vacation underway early. We spoke to a number of listeners last week that said they'll be out all week. But indeed it is 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
So I did see Kentucky 10 posted some of the the photos. I guess that's some of his dash cam snapshots. Trying to get through Atlanta this past day. What a mess. He said only 440 miles in 10 and a quarter hours, almost 10 and a half hours on duty time. But I was up at 8 a.m. Till off at 22:45, about an hour ago. Rough day. Had a 3+ hour unload this morning. I had to drive south through Atlanta to pick up, and then north through Atlanta to get my trailer to Greenville, South Carolina's yard. 7 miles from the yard, 3 lanes blocked on I-85. My fuel light was on, but it all worked out. Traffic was heavy all day long. Let's see how Tuesday goes. You got a taste of what is to come. Maybe some of our listening friends out there can give us a heads up. How's things looking out there on the roadways? I'm thinking undoubtedly it's probably very, very busy tonight and will be all night long. A little more on our storm system that's ramping up over the south central states tonight as that storm gathers Gulf of Mexico moisture and colliding with the temperature contrast zone over the southern plains. A wide area of rain and thunderstorms as the storm continues to move along north of the severe weather zone. Just a lot of drenching rain expanding from the central plains to the mid-Mississippi, the Ohio Valley, the Tennessee Valley through the overnight hours tonight. With all the travelers out there, undoubtedly there would be delays to begin with, but with the pouring rain, the slick roads, I-40, 44, 55, 70 and 75, I-80, just to name a few. Rain pushing through St. Louis and Kansas City through much of the day Monday. Nashville, Chicago, Indianapolis, and Cincinnati continues to see the rains pushing through the overnight hours, eventually later in the morning hours, pushing through the Pittsburgh metro, southward into the Atlanta metro areas, where we could still see some locally severe thunderstorms that may add to the delays around Atlanta. Much of the day ahead will be wet. That zone from the central Great Lakes to the Appalachians, fog shrouding the ridges, dangerous travel conditions there. As the storm continues to move northeastward, it will gain some strength. Winds are going to be another monkey wrench into your travel conditions. Stiff east to southeast winds, 25 to 35, gusting to 40 and 45. May pose some problems for some of the airports from Washington, D.C. to Philadelphia and New York City. Looks like the worst conditions will be late Tuesday afternoon into Tuesday evening, when a lot of people are going to be headed to the airports. Airline delays most likely during that time frame due to the winds, drenching rain, and poor visibility. We could even see some sporadic power outages along that I-90 corridor from northeast Ohio to western New York for a time today and into Tuesday evening. At the very least, winds blowing across the highway, creating difficult travel in that zone. Same conditions may make for some miserable travel Tuesday. Much of the I-80, 81, and 95 mid-Atlantic region. Heaviest rains may hold off till later Tuesday afternoon in New York City, then till late Tuesday night, maybe even early Wednesday morning around the Boston area. So, yes, airline passengers, keep in mind, some flights may still be delayed or canceled even after the storm has departed because of the rain, the wind, severe weather. Yeah, you may have some disruptions. Flight crews may be displaced at various airports around the country. And yeah, we'll talk about potentially some of the white stuff, a little bit of snow and slippery road conditions over the higher elevations. Northern Pennsylvania, southern New York. Now you get further north from northern New York on up into New England. You're going to see more wintry driving with some accumulating snow in the mix there. A few pockets of slippery travel. The mixture of snow, sleet, and rain in parts of central PA for a time later this morning into the midday hours. Then they're talking 3 to 6 inches. Falling over the Adirondacks and the Green Mountains, 6 to 12 inches may pile up from central New Hampshire into northwestern portions of Maine. Definitely enough for some slippery travel conditions. 24 past the hour. It is 844-844-3388. Hey there is Captain Ron. Well, you made it through the greatest day of the week. He says, is it me or is the gap still real low? They worked on that. Let's see. Pappy said, I notice a difference. It doesn't seem enough to matter to him, though. All right. Yeah, things to do. We'll get it worked out one of these days. What's going on? I don't know. What day is it?
Oh, hey, Mike. I don't know. What day are we doing today? Are we doing it today? Are we doing it tomorrow? Are we doing it? We even bothering to do it this week or what?
All I know is for me, it's hump day. Short work week, right?
There you go.
Yep.
All right. Hey, Steve. How's that?
There you go.
What day is it? I don't know. We'll figure it out. When you ain't here, it's the weekend, right?
So are people stuck? Are people ordering up their propane yet, realizing that the cold weathers are coming?
I don't. Most everybody's on a scheduled delivery, so that there's very few people that really do will call. There's still some out there, and I'm one of them. I own my own tank, and that's the real way. The real way you can only do will call is if you actually own your own tank. But owning your own tank allows you to call any propane service you want. But if you have somebody's tank, if you're using somebody's tank, through a rental program or whatever, the only one that can fill that, the only ones that are allowed to fill that tank are the ones that own the tank. So if you have Suburban propane tank in your yard, you can only be filled by Suburban propane. Or if you have an AmeriGas tank, then you can only be filled by AmeriGas, and so on and so forth. Mm-hmm. So another company cannot fill another company's tank. The only time any company can do it is if it's privately owned. So
interesting.
So the other thing is that a lot of those places, they charge you the rent in the price per gallon. So a lot of times, if you can afford to purchase a tank, you can go out on the market and search prices and actually get a lot better price than what you do if you just contract through somebody like Suburban or AmeriGas or one of the other dealers there. So anyway, it's just a thought to consider. But nobody's going to be able to use gas to heat with anymore pretty quick, anyways, because you said last night that everybody's going to have to get it.
Got to go to heat pumps. Yeah,
we're all going to have one of them beautiful heat pumps. How's your heat pump doing? How's that Is it blowing nice hot air out there? Your feet all nice, toasty warm from your heat pump?
Yeah, when we're in the 40s as we are right now, yeah, a heat pump does great in these kind of temperatures. It's just, you know, when you get down below freezing, they become less and less. My service tech told me once you get down to 20, Steve, you might as well just turn the outside unit off because it's just running 24 hours a day. It goes through its cycle, defrost and run, but it's not bringing you any heat. It's useless.
Yep. You put it over, you switch it over to what they call the emergency mode,
heat, which is all electric, and it's like turning your oven on.
Yeah, that's right. It's a gigantic toaster is what it is.
Exactly.
Gigantic toaster there with the heating element. So, and then that heating element has the air blow across it, but yep, you're just turning on a giant toaster. So, hey, you want to make toast there, you just get some of that Texas bread there and drop down there on that heating element. It'll grill it up quick. But yeah, so what a thing, you know. Here you have a whole system in place to deliver natural gas to houses. You got pipelines in a lot of these cities and everything, and you're going to tell them that they have to cap that off to put in a heat pump. And that's the thing. I mean, it's not just a rural. I mean, there's a lot of rural communities that have gas that run through them, you know. And I know Ohio has a lot of natural gas pipelines that are all right there with the streets. And if you look in people's front yards, there's a gas meter right in the front yard. But that's what the cities run on. I mean, all the infrastructure in the cities is natural gas.
Absolutely, yeah. Hey, we pause. News break time. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. The White House reports progress in efforts to secure the release of hostages held by Hamas in Gaza. National Security Council spokesman John Kirby said that while some strides have been made, additional work is required to facilitate a deal.
We believe we're closer than we've ever been, so we're hopeful. But there's still work to be done, and nothing is done until it's all done, so we're going to keep working on this.
A survey conducted by Harvard's Center for American Political Studies, HarrisX, and the Harris Poll reveals that 3 out of 5 Americans believe President Biden was aware of his son Hunter's business dealings. The majority of respondents also indicated that they think the president assisted his son's business. The majority of Americans are aiming to steer clear of political discussions at the Thanksgiving dinner table. Some analysts suggest that a healthy dose of Zip It would be good for the menu. Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Thank you much. Yes, lines available at 844-844-3388. James just sent me a link to a story, I guess, breaking news out of Beaver Creek, Ohio. I believe that's up toward Eskimo Mom's neck of the woods. Apparently a shooting at a Walmart in Beaver Creek several hours ago. Shooter is dead, 4 others hurt. Beaver Creek police captain confirming the shooter is dead from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. 4 hurt in the shooting. Information about their conditions not available at this time. Additional information expected to be released Tuesday morning. The initial report came out about 8:30 p.m. Officers from around Greene County called to the Walmart on Pentagon Boulevard. Greene County Coroner's Office confirmed they were called to the scene. Soin Medical Center confirmed they received 3 patients from the scene but could not share information about the patients' conditions. The Ohio Bureau of Criminal Investigations confirming that they were requested to help process the scene. So I guess they were saying a massive police presence had been on the scene there through the evening hours. At the point they said we were working to learn how many were injured. I guess the report, again now, 4 others hurt, but we don't know their conditions. Yeah, have your head on a swivel. Be aware of your surroundings. Thanks for the update there, James. All right, back to horse feathers. Mike.
Hey, thanks for holding me over there, Your Honor. So anyways, yeah, I guess I can confirm. I think the Android app, I haven't listened on the the Apple iPhone app there, but the Android one there, the volume still seems to be low on it there, because actually the volume in my headset is actually louder than what I can get out of the radio, because I have my tablet, my Android tablet, Bluetooth to the radio, so what I can actually volume out of the radio I get is actually less than the headset, and sometimes the headset doesn't even seem loud enough. So yeah, going down the road with that, it is a little difficult to hear some of the conversation. So I don't know. electronic stuff, and I checked my tablet. The volume's all the way up on the tablet, because sometimes that'll happen. If your volume gets turned down on your device, it actually turns the volume down on the other device you're listening to. So I did check the tablet, and the volume is turned all the way up on it, except all the way into the red. So anyways, that's that. But so yeah, with the natural gas, so you're going to use your electric heat pump, and then you're going to have to put it into emergency mode, and that's all considering that there's electricity coming to your house, because everybody else is trying to put their heat pump in emergency mode to try to stay warm, not even hot, but warm. And so you're taking electricity from plants that are now switched to burn natural gas from coal, because coal was bad, and natural gas was good because that was the clean energy.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we had it put on our trailers. It was from 45 feet of 5 feet tall letters: clean energy, natural gas, clean energy. It's like, well, how did natural gas now become not clean energy? But so anyways, so you're going to tell all these people that used to have gas furnaces, efficient gas furnaces in their houses with the gas pipeline staying nice and warm, that they're going to use this heat pump that they're going to freeze with if they have electricity to run it, because there's going to be a blackout from so many people drawing on the grid for these heat pumps, trying to get the electricity from, the natural gas burning plants that generate electricity, that now have to burn more natural gas to try to generate more electricity for the grid that can't sustain carrying more electricity.
And I can tell you this much: when I get into that time of year, with my utility bill, I mean, summertime, got the pool pump running, 10, 12 hours a day, and then the AC's on. I'm earning 200, sometimes closer to 250. Wintertime, and if I get into December and January, when I get to that point where I've got to flip over to that emergency heat, I'll get nailed with a 350, close to 400. I mean, it nearly doubles my damn utility bill trying to keep the house warm.
Absolutely. Now, the one thing I'll say is we actually had to change our heat pump, and we do have one here in Maryland that we use, and we were really debating which way to go, whether we were going to go with a propane furnace or stay with the heat pump. And so we did end up staying with the heat pump, but we went to the system that runs it on DC current. It comes in as AC current, but then it converts it over to DC current. But what our fan does is our fan does continuous circulation of the air in the house, so the fan almost never shuts off. The heating or cooling will shut down, but the fan keeps circulating all the air all the time, so it maintains a constant temperature throughout the house pretty much. And then then it kicks on when it needs to supplement to get to whatever temperature it's trying to be at. But the thing is with that, it kind of works on the system like what you have in a lot of the hotels now, where they call them those mini splits, where they do both heating and air conditioning. But so anyways, it's that technology, and so we're working on that. And so you have to have individual units in all the rooms and everything like that if you want to, make the upstairs, because that's our problem is the zoning. We have a one zone unit to try to run in a 2-story house, and of course the air conditioning isn't as good upstairs as it is downstairs. But so what's going to happen is all these people that have these gas furnaces are going to go, and now they have to not only change over to this other heat pump. Well, now you have to change all your ductwork, because if you want to have decent heat, especially in a 2 or 3-story dwelling, you have to put all these mini splits in and go to this other system to be able to put all these extra units in and plumb all these other things.
Yep.
You have no idea what the cost is going to be to convert from one thing to another. And I don't know. It's a crazy mixed up world that we're dealing with now, but anyway, well, I'm just pulling in here. Speaking of gas, I see 2 great big tanks in front of me. And hey, you know where I went through today? I bet you can't even guess where I went through today. I went through a little town called Robert Fulton, Pennsylvania. I believe it's that. I don't know. They call it Robert Fulton around there. The firehouse is the Robert Fulton Firehouse, so that's their fire company. and they got a VFW there and that. But do you remember what Robert Fulton did, Your Honor?
I have no idea.
Wasn't he the one that did the paddle boat or something? Did he do a steamboat or a paddle boat? It was one of them boats. He did a boat.
Okay.
Robert Fulton there. Fulton, remember Fulton's Folly?
Yep. Oh, yeah.
Thing called Fulton's Folly.
Yep.
So that was Robert Fulton. We went by his birthplace or whatever it was. Maybe it was his birthplace, and then they called the firehouse and that there, all that stuff. But anyways, we'll let you go with that, and we'll give you a call back there in your loneliest hour. How about it?
All right, on a Tuesday, hump day, whatever you want to call it. Thank you so much. Hello to John, Big John, that is. Morning, Steve, the overnight crew. Hope everybody's doing well. Have a safe Thanksgiving. Drive safe. Hope everybody gets home. We're headed down to Tennessee for our annual Thanksgiving family tradition. Everybody have a great weekend. From Big John. From Big John to Big Ed. Are you with me?
Oh, I'm with you tonight, Steve. I'm definitely with you. I don't think you realize how important your show is, but we can call in, we can put out a message, and if you say something, does it resonate to the listening audience? This gentleman you just had on there, Horse Feathers, I can tell you 7 years ago, I'm pretty sure because I've been sitting there counting back, 7 years ago he'd made a call into your show. Horse Feathers did. And I remember it. Because he was talking about, he was driving down the road, and he was going to pass another truck driver, and it was at night, and he could see in the cab of that truck, and that guy was watching TV.
Yeah.
You remember that?
Yep.
Damned if I didn't see it tonight. Holiday traffic. Passing old boy, because, my radar, we got these radar sensors on the front, tells you how fast that individual in front of you is going. And this guy, he kept speeding up, slowing down. Finally, I thought, I'm just going to go around him. Got up beside him, got him a little TV right there in the corner there, above the steering wheel, watching TV, driving down the road. And I'm thinking, buddy, I didn't write down the truck number, I didn't write down the truck name, not even going to mention it. And if I remember right, Horse Feathers said exactly that, should I drop a dime? And at that time, I thought, what are we going to turn into a bunch of rats out here ratting each other out? What constitutes, if I see somebody that's driving impaired, yeah, I'm going to drop a dime. But do we drop a dime if we see you're driving down the road and you see the driver watching TV? Because you see it in four-wheelers, too. You see that all the time in four-wheelers. Or somebody driving down the road and they got a computer or a lap screen in front of them watching something on that. So do we drop dimes on people? I don't know the answer to that, but I thought, with the recent collisions that we've all heard about and read about, what took place, what was it there just a couple of weeks ago? Where was that they run into a school bus there? Where was that?
That was week before. Yeah, that's.
And it ain't never come out as to why the driver rear-ended that bus, but you wonder. If you're a driver and a professional driver, or even in your car and you're listening, this holiday season, you're out there on the road, take the time to put that lousy phone down. Don't, if somebody calls, reach over and hit answer, but you ain't got to look at that screen. Pull over, pull off the road, find a ramp, pull over. But quit looking at your phone driving down the road. Pay attention to that traffic out there, because just a blink of an eye and you're involved in a killing collision. Nobody wants to come out here and take somebody else's life. So this holiday season, people, Consider it a safety message. Put the phones down. Pay attention. Matter of fact, drivers, take these 3 days, 4 or 5 days to slow it down. If you feel like you got to run fast, back out of it 5-10 miles an hour. All I know, all day long, I've been running 55 and 60. Now my truck's governed to 65. Okay, I just said, hey, holiday season, I'm backing out of it and take my time, get to where I'm going, try to stay out of everybody's way. So I back off to either 55 or 60, depending on the traffic. But I have not hit the top end because I know we got increased traffic out here. That's my part of trying to be safe. Just, hey, this holiday season, back out of it. Let the people, the civilians, if you will, have the road, and you just operate and try to stay out of everybody's way. Now, last thing, Steve, I got some bad news today, and it's really sad.
Really?
Yes, sir. Nobody, and I mean nobody, ever gets in one of my vehicles. You're going to buckle up that seatbelt. I do not move my vehicle. If you get in my vehicle and you don't put your seatbelt on, then I invite you to get out. Same thing if you're sitting in the back seat. You're going to put that seatbelt on. If I move my truck across the parking lot, if I move my car across the parking lot, I fasten the seatbelt. I lost a 15-year-old nephew today, Steve. He was in a wreck. He was a passenger. He did not have a seatbelt on. Car rolled, throwed him out. Guess who got crushed? 15-year-old that did not have a seatbelt on.
Wow.
And it is devastating. I guarantee you. Young man, 15 years old, life ahead of him. That old thing of the seat, he didn't have a seatbelt on. Who failed him? I don't know. All I know is when I'm around my nieces or nephews, I preach at them all the time. Wear your seatbelt. Wear your seatbelt. There's a reason for it. So now we've got, how do you, my sister, it was her grandson. How do you tell them Happy Thanksgiving?
Right.
What do you got to be thankful for?
There's a family that their entire Thanksgiving just got turned upside down.
Bingo. And then really the whole community where I live, it's a community of about 2,000 people. Everybody knows everybody. The school kids, I'm sure they're going to have counselors at the school for the kids. Well, there's been a whole lot of lives affected over this tragedy that happened today. It definitely knocked me for a loop. I don't have to tell you that.
Yeah.
So all we can do is ask for prayers and give it to God and go forward. That's all we can do. But my deal is I want to mention that too. People, when you're traveling, put your seatbelt on. Slow it down. Put your seatbelt on. You got people in the back seat of your car, make them put that seatbelt on because you never know. You never know. Just what you said. Everything was going good today. About 2 o'clock, lives got turned upside down. Steve, that's all I've got to say. God bless you. Happy Thanksgiving and be safe.
Ed, thank you. Sorry for your loss there, your family. In the blink of an eye. And I realize, for many, many years, I was one of the worst offenders when it comes to wearing a seatbelt. But I had shared the story several times, rolling on the interstate, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. And a young girl who was actually driving headed into Cincinnati, Ohio. She was going to be putting in her paperwork to go to University of Cincinnati. Yeah, I watched the deer jump out in front of her. She swerved a miss, went off the left side of the interstate, come flying back up in front of me. Car gets on the roof, sliding down the interstate, then flipped back over down onto the right. I thought someone had just died in front of me. Thought there's no way they could have survived that. Yeah, but miraculously, she had her seatbelt on. She got out of the vehicle. She was in shock, and I was the first on the scene. asking if she's okay, as anybody else in the car. But yeah, the fact that she was pretty much unscathed, that seatbelt saved her life. I remember getting back in the car. Wife was with me, and I put my seatbelt on. I said, never again. It's just that quick. It happened. It was a deer. Happens to all of us. All right, it's 844-844-3388. Yeah, slow down. Be careful out there. There's no need to rush. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret studio.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Who we got checking in? Rock Pick on board. Good morning, Steve. Third shift workers, wise old night owls. We're at 28 degrees at Rochester International. Happy Tuesday, all you hardworking Americans. Thank you, Hot Shot Secret, for the best after midnight talk radio. Everybody stay safe. Buckeye Boy, Ackworth, Georgia on board. 59 degrees, windy here tonight. Getting ready for the rain tomorrow. Packed up the pickup. Most everything. We'll get the cold food tomorrow morning before we head to Conyers, where we're giving one of my guys a ride to Madison, Georgia to pick up his truck that's getting the roof replaced because one of my customers had to take it into a location which was a prison in Miami and unload it. What he didn't realize was how much the box would raise after unloading and damaged the center of the translucent roof when he pulled out. Nice thing is they're paying, so I'm putting a metal one on this time. Easier to repair. I went onto the Connecticut website to pay my monthly miles tax. And I guess the mental midgets in charge decided to go with quarterly payments instead of monthly, which makes me very happy. Have a great night. Everybody be careful out there. Safe travels. Santa Claus, top of the morning, Steve. Portland, Oregon, checking in here. 48 degrees, spending the week with the grandkids. Hope you and all the listeners out there have a great Thanksgiving. Santa Claus out. All right, Bidu is on board. Morning, Steve, and the Overnight Drive crew. Too Tall checking in. Good to hear from you, Too Tall. Good morning, Steve, the Overnight Drive family. Hope everybody's doing well. Have a blessed day. Thank you so much. So we got clear lines at 844-844-3388 on a Tuesday morning. Counting down to Thanksgiving for 2023. I heard in the news break, top of last hour, stay away from politics when you get together with the family this week. Quinnipiac University poll said more than 60% of Americans want to avoid political discussions this Thanksgiving. 61% are hoping to steer Thanksgiving gathering conversations away from politics. At the same time, 29% are saying they're actually looking forward to those discussions at the table. Now, it's down several percentage points from last year, where 64% wanted to avoid the issue. But it kind of follows the trend going back to 2017. It's been above 60% every year since then. They did not conduct the surveys in 2019 or 20. We had a pandemic thing going on. But this was telephone interviews, more than 1,700 adults. Margin of error, plus or minus 2.4 percentage points. That's a pretty reliable poll. Just too much divisiveness out there, even amongst family members. More to come after this. It is 844-844-3388. Give us a ring up here on a Tuesday morning. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive coming to you live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. A survey conducted by Harvard's Center for American Political Studies, HarrisX, and the Harris Poll reveals that 3 out of 5 Americans believe President Biden was aware of his son Hunter's business dealings. The majority of respondents also indicated that they think the president assisted his son's business, although 40% expressed disbelief in such involvement. The White House reports progress in efforts to secure the release of hostages held by Hamas in Gaza. National Security Council spokesman John Kirby said that while some strides have been made, additional work is required to facilitate a deal.
We believe we're closer than we've ever been, so we're hopeful. But there's still work to be done, and nothing is done until it's all done. So we're going to keep working on this.
This development coincides with news reports indicating that negotiators are close to finalizing an agreement to release some of the hostages taken during the October 7th attack on Israel. Can that jiggly Jell-O mold fly with you this Thanksgiving?
Well, yes, it can. If you're traveling in the air for the holiday, anything solid like baked goods, meats, stuffing, or casseroles, that can go through the TSA checkpoint and go to your seat. However, if you can spill it, spread it, spray it, pump it, or pour it, and it's larger than 3.4 ounces, it has to go in your checked bag. I'm Corey Myers.
And if you're wondering how you can possibly get more free COVID-19 tests, they are available now from the federal government. COVIDtest.gov is offering those who already ordered their 4 free tests from the website earlier this fall. An additional 4 tests are available now. Those who haven't ordered any tests since the website relaunched in September can order 8 tests now. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
A shareholder of Tesla is urging the company's board of directors to temporarily suspend Elon Musk due to his endorsement of anti-Semitic ideas on social media. Jerry Brackman is requesting the board to unequivocally acknowledge Musk's error in supporting an anti-Semitic post on X. While he supports free speech, there's no excuse for spreading hatred by a CEO of a public company. The proceedings concerning a gag order in one of former President Trump's federal cases have concluded. During the hearing, Trump's lawyer engaged in a debate with Judge Patricia Millett over hypothetical scenario related to freedom of speech.
We have no. I am not. It is really. I'm sorry, but I really want an answer to your understanding of the release conditions. This is, for the record, a hypothetical question.
The judge's restrained gag order in the 2020 election subversion case was temporarily halted while a 3-judge panel deliberated on how to reconcile Trump's right to free speech. Actor Wayne Brady is recuperating following a car accident that escalated into a physical altercation in California. The incident occurred in Malibu Sunday night when Brady's car was struck by another vehicle. Upon pulling over, Brady and the other driver engaged in a dispute that turned physical. The other driver fled the scene. Wayne Brady called the police, leading to the arrest of the individual on charges of battery, DUI, and hit and run. Dave Collins, USA News.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight. A fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
welcome back. Good to have you with us. Thanksgiving week is upon us. And, of course, millions will wake up bright and early Thanksgiving morning, flip on the television, and settle in for the iconic Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade. Yeah, one of the most iconic parades in the United States. Millions of people watching. Of course, you never know this time of year. November weather can sometimes have a pretty significant influence on the parade. So what's the forecast for the 2023 edition? Of course, we've got this big storm that's going to drench the New York City area ahead of Thanksgiving. Now, that would create headaches for people traveling across the region. But a brighter forecast for the parade itself. According to the experts, the weather for the parade will be a solid 7 out of 10. Not bad. Sunny to partly cloudy conditions. You may need a pair of sunglasses depending on which side of the street you're on. Almost an exact copy of last year's conditions. Temperatures were in the 40s at the start of the parade. Hit the lower 50s by afternoon. It may feel a bit chillier this year because temperatures are going to start, wind chill. It's going to feel like the mid-30s in the morning and then feel like mid-40s by the start of the parade, they tell us. Yeah, a lot of times winds, blustery conditions can wreak havoc, particularly with the balloons. Those balloons cannot safely be flown when sustained winds are above 23 miles per hour or when there's gusts over 34. And there may be a bit of a breeze in New York City Thursday morning, but the forecasters tell us the wind should remain below the safety criteria. So that's good. Remember back in 2019, the winds almost kept the balloons grounded, but last-minute decision by the New York police did indeed allow them to fly. Now, Thursday may actually be the warmest day of the extended Thanksgiving weekend as you top out in the 40s, close to 50. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday that the system could approach later in the weekend. Disrupting holiday shopping, some outdoor activities, and maybe those who plan on driving or flying home in those days after Thanksgiving. But we left off there at the top of the hour, talking about the divisiveness in America. USA Today reported yesterday that the national political polarization has infiltrated our family gatherings for several years now. It's tearing some families apart, literally. One case noted in the report, a Florida woman's adult children have not been home for the holidays since she voted for Donald Trump in 2020. All the political stuff came up, and our family was just so fractured, she says. I love my kids. I'm 56 years old, and these have been the worst years of my life. According to the survey, there's plenty of blame for the situation to go around. 35% blame social media. Just over 30% blame the political leaders. About 28% blame cable news. But for the third time since 2018, a majority of those surveyed said discussing politics at family and holiday gatherings has got worse in the last year. Speaking to a psychologist and the author of Rules of Engagement, he said the current political events and discussions can raise some lingering feelings, disputes among family members, so just be aware of the situation you find yourself in. It's useful to kind of take your own temperature about your readiness to be in that environment. What's the likelihood that it's not going to go well and you're going to regret having gone? Another tip, they say, is advising people to reflect on your motives for engaging in these kind of conversations. Figure out the objective that you're looking to achieve. Is it even really worth discussing? I mean, supporters of it's across the political spectrum. Supporters of Trump are going to support Trump, You're not going to convince others otherwise. The never Trumpers, those that actually continue to support Biden. There was a report last week, not surprising to me, but there are numerous Democrats, of course, who say that if it comes down to Trump versus, they would be voting for Biden, not because they support Biden, but just because they cannot stand Trump. Which I think we saw a lot of that in the 2020 election as well. Sundance, or is it Huckleberry? Who is it?
It's Sundance.
Hello. What's going on, Sundance?
I don't know much. Hey, all right, so I'm not going to say nothing pertaining to Ed's conversation, but, asking people to slow down out here. We get paid by the mile, my friend, so we're going to hammer down. Put your radar detectors in there and keep on hammering.
Oh, boy.
So we get paid by the mile. Yeah. I'm sorry, that's the way it is. That's the true facts. Now, you want to pay us by the hour, we'll cool out and chill out, but nobody wants to do that, so y'all keep playing the mile game. Can't raise the rates, so I got to run as hard as I can. I got to do 85, I got to do 85. That's that conversation. Now, number two, they said that this all started around 2017 with not wanting to talk politics.
Yeah.
At the turkey day. Yeah.
And obviously,
what happened around that time?
That was right after the Trump and Hillary, right after Trump got elected.
Yeah.
Obviously.
Right. So now it seems like the Republican Party wants to hide behind the turkey and don't want to discuss the facts with their family members on the other side. And y'all, I'm telling all my Democrat people.
You see, that's if I were sitting across the table from you, I know that I don't want to discuss it with you because we're not going to do anything but argue and end up having to call the cops to come out there and calm down because we're going to end up knocking the hell out of each other.
Well, you know what? This country's worth it, ain't it, Steve? It's worth it.
It ain't worth it.
We gotta fight
worth it to ruin your holidays. You ruin your holidays.
Yeah, I got you. Well, there's probably, like they said in that other report you just read, there's probably some other lingering stuff that happened along the way, like Uncle Johnny done molested niece Susie.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So, we got all that going on. We, politics probably ain't even the problem. But, let's just, I don't know. I'm not for Biden. I'm hoping Robert F. Kennedy Jr. gets his feet going. I keep sharing a bunch of his posts. He's got a good message. He's better than the two other candidates, I believe, between Biden and Trump. He knows the history of this country. He knows what they've done to his family. I think he's about, he's a populist. And he would look out for the little people instead of just the rich. And the Republican Party, see, what gets me is the poor think that the billionaire really cares about them, and they don't. But, how they pull this off, I mean, they just come out of the best economic boom in the history of the country over the last 4 years before Biden, and they're broke as hell already and fixing to lose everything they got. I don't know, did they do something wrong? Did they not invest their money? Did they blow all the money they made? I mean, I don't get it. I mean, the best economy in the history of the world, and 3 years later we're broke. I think you need to take some personal responsibility instead of looking up to Washington, D.C. to fix all your sorrows. If you, like I said, you got to fight sometime. And y'all are, this country, they don't know what it is to fight. I mean, if you really want to fight, go down to the border and start pegging them off. I'm sure your gun should be behind you if you go down to the Mexico border and start shooting them. And I bet you would get some curtail of the influx that you so hate.
You're hell-bent and determined to go to prison, aren't you?
No, I'm not going to prison. I went to jail one day this year, first time in my life, because I said if I hit him, I'm going to have to kill him. And the cop said, "Oh, that's a threat." So I had to go cool down in the tank for 24 hours for the bullshit.
Yeah, I hear you.
And that was my drunk ass daddy in my house. But that didn't have nothing to do with politics. We were on the same page. But my daddy getting drunk every day. I come home, you know, I was trying to take care of him, free place to stay. He drank 6/5 of liquor in 6 weeks. He was there. And I just had enough. And my wife, you know, it's just crazy. I mean, the man got cancer going through that, and he moved out the day before Father's Day, and I ain't seen him since. I hadn't talked to him since. And I knew when he moved out, that would be the last time I'd see him alive. But, you know, that's the choice he wanted to make. But I just didn't want his grandkids, to see him getting drunk. That's going to be their last memories of him. And I didn't want to see him doing it every day. I don't mind you having a drink in my house. That's why I got the bar. But damn, you ain't got to drink a fifth and then every 2 days.
Yeah, yeah.
But you know, life goes on. You know, but because I said that, now I got a record, and I'll be damned. So, you know, but I mean, I'm not going to hit my daddy, but you know, but he was begging me to, so I knew not to fall for that. I got, you know, life is what it is. We all know Trump is not the answer. He's been there. He didn't do anything. You know, like I said, we produced more oil last year than we ever have in the history of this country. So did Biden, that stopping the XL pipeline extension didn't really change what we were doing economically. Now, Trump did do something. He did tell Saudi Arabia and Russia to stop pumping oil so that we could get our oil market back up and running when the COVID broke out. You know, he did do that. That was probably more detrimental than stopping the XL pipeline. But like I said, we're on track. We did good. We're oil independent. We produce more than we need. We sell it. We're selling it to other countries. So we're good.
Yeah, we're good. Yeah, I mean, I'm so much better off than I was under Trump. You're so much better off, aren't you?
Well, you know, actually, I'm just as good, but because I go and bust my ass, you know, because I don't just, I had a good deal. They started robbing. We're going to court next month and, you know, for depositions. Can't wait for this to get done. But then at the end of that, then I'm going to Congress and get this stuff straightened out because I'm tired of my brother. I got a friend of mine who went broke last week. He's been making $800 a week driving a flatbed, but these companies, I talked to him that his company's doing the same thing. They're pulling the fuel surcharge off your loads and then giving you your percentage and then putting the fuel surcharge back. So they're stealing your money like that. I'm telling y'all, every one of them. If you're running for mileage, those people are making $4 a mile and they're giving you $1.40. I talked to a Panther driver getting $1.40 a mile to run expedite freight. And I'd be damned if I wasn't driving for CTX back in 2001 getting $1.60 a mile. I mean, what are y'all doing? Good God, it's a race to the bottom, but we got to have some regulation because you know what's going to end up? We're not going to have nobody deliver nothing because they're all broke and they're all in the homeless shelter because they can't, you know, they come out here to do a job that should be paying good, and the lawyers and the doctors at Landstar and CX Robertson and you know, all them brokerage companies, they're killing them. They're killing y'all. They're stealing everything you ever worked for. And that stuff's got to stop because you're not doing yourself no good. Like I said, if you got a lease purchase truck, turn it back in, go drive for a company. I drive for a company now, and I'm making $100,000 at this company. You know, at the end of the year, I'll be at $100,000. I'm on track for $100,000. Home every day, weekends off. Look out. I mean, because I bust my butt, and they know what I'm worth. I got 400 drivers, and I'm number 3 right now.
Well, I hope you can get all that stuff worked out. I hope you can get her done, as they say. We'll all be proud of you. Yeah. It's tough out there. Just yesterday, report 60%. 60% of the American people are living paycheck to paycheck. That's not people that are just working for fast food, or it's people making 6 figures. The numbers say that's 60% paycheck to pay. It's not surprising. The freight rates, they're not predicted to come up anytime soon. Let me shift over to the parcel sector. You've got the battle, the two big ones, FedEx and UPS. According to FreightWaves this past day, parcel delivery pundits predicted at the start of this year that this would be the year of the shipper. The shippers are loving this. They're paying so much less to move their product. For the most part, that forecast has come to pass. Now, as we approach 2024, and it comes into fuel, indications are that shippers will be in even higher cotton than they were this year, or for that matter, the past 4 years or longer. The two big ones, FedEx and UPS, are pushing discounts that are extraordinary in their depth and breadth, according to parcel consultants who have reviewed the contract proposals presented to their shipper clients. At a minimum, one needs to return to the pre-pandemic period to see pricing as shipper-friendly as what's being offered today. He said he doesn't recall a period of such heavy discounting pressure since the Great Recession period of 2008 and 9. Discounts are being offered almost across the board to big and small businesses alike. Price breaks are being used to acquire new business and retain existing accounts, small to mid-sized businesses that typically lack the buying power to qualify for significant breaks, suddenly eligible for discounts that are normally reserved for enterprise customers with big volumes. The bigger shippers can command even better rates because their volumes go a long way toward providing the shipment density the carriers need. Discounts that were reserved for companies with multi-million-dollar annual shipping budgets prior to August are now being given to shippers that, in extreme examples, spend less than a year than those larger shippers spend in a week's time, according to one analyst. We're talking unprecedented discounts off base rates and even discounts off surcharges like fuel, large package, peak season demand, additional handling, and literally dozens of others. FedEx, UPS, and other carriers impose hefty surcharges for handling of outsized packages that generally aren't run through their processing systems. They're both also offering to pay each other's early termination penalties and signing bonuses to both new and existing customers. FedEx has been more insistent than UPS about including minimum commitment clauses and early termination language in their contracts, but the discounts accelerated in August after the Teamsters agreed to that 5-year deal with UPS. UPS is set about recapturing between 1.2 million and 1.5 million daily parcels that were diverted to other carriers. So they're trying to get that back while looking to win new business at the same time. FedEx, the U.S. Postal Service, and regional delivery carriers, meanwhile, were just as adamant about keeping that diverted. So they're in a pricing war. Remember the days of the gas wars? Yeah, lower their price by a nickel. Let's lower our price by 6 cents. Back and forth. Ultimately, they're selling fuel for less than they're paying for it, but they're fighting for the business. Today's rate wars may seem amplified compared to what we saw in 2020 to 22, when pandemic-related delivery volumes spiked hard and carriers had the effective run of the pricing table. It's the opposite now. Delivery demand today is quite soft, mirroring the broader goods ordering weakness pervading the general economy right now. Carriers invested billions of dollars during the pandemic and post-pandemic years to expand the processing networks. Now, faced with huge sunk cost and a downshift in demand, they have turned to discounting in a bid to elevate the volumes. It's a bidding war, according to, again, FreightWaves this past day. It's very interesting. Our number, 844-844-3388. Eagle, got you coming up here. Let's get to the news break first, though. We'll get to some of our other listening friends who we got on board. Knuckle Buster, I think Scarecrow going to check in, see what's going on as we head into the holidays. And room for you at 844-844-3388. Bourbon Street Gary, there he is. Good morning, Steve. The overnight crew, Bourbon Street Gary, listening in. Have a great Thanksgiving there, Bourbon Street Gary, if we don't talk to you before. Roy, good morning, Steve. Had fun Monday driving a 2015 Dodge Challenger Hellcat for my job. I didn't see if it would do the 200 miles per hour the speedometer shows, but you tested it a little bit, though? Did you push it just a bit? I bet you did. Anyway, we got a little bit of rain, 40 degrees in northwest Illinois tonight. And he said, I also saw gas under $3 a gallon at Love's. I haven't seen that in quite some time. Begin to question one other tidbit before we hit the news break here. Is Nikola, the electric truck manufacturer, Nikola, is that a sinking ship? Nikola Corporation's chief financial officer, Stacy Pasterick, is leaving the role after just 6 months on the job. She's the third senior leader to depart the beleaguered electric truck maker since just August. The CEO and the Nikola president of Energy both quit back in August. Pasterick worked at Nikola under the former CFO, who actually retired back in April. She was on the team that led Nikola public via the reverse merger with Special Purpose Acquisition, Vectol-Q, back in June of 2020. See, what they're saying, though, Nikola faces a range of financial challenges as they launch fuel cell electric trucks this quarter. Cash is tight. The company stock closed Friday at $1.04, and they're on the hook for an entire $61.8 million in cost to recall all their fire-prone battery electric trucks. Now, they said some time back that they may run out of money in short order. News break on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. Reports indicate intense fighting in the vicinity of another hospital in northern Gaza on the 45th day of the Israel-Hamas conflict. UN officials disclosed that 31 premature babies were evacuated from the hospital Sunday, but numerous staff and patients still remain inside. Simultaneously, negotiators are reportedly nearing an agreement to secure the release of some of the more than 240 hostages believed to be held by Hamas. Today marked President Biden's 81st birthday, making him the oldest sitting president in U.S. history. Despite his age, Biden maintains that he is capable of handling the responsibilities of the job. However, a recent Reuters Ipsos poll revealed that 77%, including 65% of Democrats, believe Biden is too old to be president. AAA says 55 million individuals will head out this Thanksgiving holiday. Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hey, what do you say, real quick, like, just so you know, everybody knows an instigator when you see one. Sundance. Gotta love him. They're trying to twist the report. 60% of Americans say they want to stay away from politics. There was nothing in there whatsoever that said anything about Republicans or GOP or Trump supporters don't want to talk politics. It's across the board. As much divisiveness on both sides of the political spectrum, it ain't worth it, right? Meanwhile, update. The United Auto Workers announcing this past day 64% of workers at the Big Three voted to ratify their new contracts. So that pretty much locks in what had been the tentative agreements with the automakers through April of 2028. As we now know, a 25% increase in base wages, cumulatively raised in the top wage by 33%, compounded with estimated cost of living adjustments to over $42 an hour. The ratification of relief for the automakers after, of course, the strike halted production at various plants around the country. A rejection could have led to new strikes and pressure from UAW leaders for more costly contracts. Despite the opposition at some major facilities, members voted to ratify the contract by a near two-third margin. Now, votes in favor of the agreement from workers at some parts and components operations who stand to get substantial raises as they move to higher pay classifications outweighed votes against the contract for some of the veteran workers. After years of cutbacks, months of our stand-up campaign, and weeks on the picket line, UAW President Shawn Fain said, "We have turned the tide for the American auto worker this past day." Yeah, automakers looking at the same time to trim costs as they make the shift to electric vehicles, facing higher hourly labor costs. Ford estimated the new contract will add $850 to $900 in labor cost per vehicle, which I'm thinking they're probably going to pass that on, right? Now, about 55% of votes cast by GM members were in favor of the new deal. It was 69% at Ford, 68% at Stellantis. At the same time, General Motors, maybe this is one way they're looking to cut costs, I presume, announcing this past day that they will not be advertising in this year's Super Bowl. First time since 2019. They will be setting out this year's heavily watched game. In explaining their decision, they said that we continually evaluate our media strategies to ensure that they align with our business priorities. Now, they did say back in July they plan to cut operating costs by an additional $1 billion through the end of next year. Back in October, then, they said they were slowing the launch of several electric vehicle models, also to cut costs. And they're also pulling back on electric vehicle product spending as the demand we know it's just not there. Knucklebuster, what's going on?
Viva Las Vegas. Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. I got 15 more miles, and I'll have half of this week over with there. So I don't want to see any Dylan Mulvaney commercials on that Super Bowl ads either. So hopefully they'll keep it good and clean this year. So I got news for Big Ed. I ain't slowing down. I drive a speed limit. You gonna run my front door, you just gonna have to get out of the way, right? If you see a deer in the headlights, put on your brakes, but do not turn that steering wheel. You turn that steering wheel to the left, that deer's going to go to the left with you. Turn it to the right, he'll go to the right with you every time there. So, do you know who, let me get this guy's name, Billy Redden is?
It doesn't ring a bell, no.
He was that weird-looking little kid playing the banjo. Well, he wasn't even actually playing the banjo. It was somebody else that was playing the banjo in that movie Deliverance there, right?
Okay, that ugly kid, yeah.
Right.
He was creepy.
You know how much he looks just like Joe Biden? Serious.
There's a bit of
he looks a lot like.
I've seen the photo side by side. There is a bit of a resemblance there, yes.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you know, Billy Redden works at Walmart, too, so he didn't get as much money out of that movie as what he thought he was going to, right?
Yeah.
And this is a quote from him on Tim Burton, the guy that done that Deliverance movie. He was a real nice guy. A lot nicer than Burt Reynolds. Hey, I sound like somebody else I know. Tim McGraw. I wasn't impressed with him when I met him either. But I stopped in a Walmart today over in Winslow, Arizona. The guy was in there getting him a big old bottle of Crown Royal, Steve. I told him, I said, that's the best cure for the common cold right there, right?
Mm-hmm.
And, if any politics get taught, the women stay by themselves in the house, and the guys, we just get us a skull buster and go out there to the garage, and ain't no fights that way, right? It's usually the women that disagree with the men. So, Tennessee, she don't care nothing for Donald Trump. She didn't care for him before he ever became president. So she didn't like him when he done that TV show or whatever it was he had. I don't know. I don't watch enough TV to mount to a hill of beans there, right? So, well, anyway, I'm going into construction here, so y'all be careful. Have a good morning. I'm going to keep my eyes on the road and hands on the wheel there, Steve.
Very good.
I
Smart
probably
idea.
won't call you in that loneliness hour now.
You're gonna be snoozing this morning.
Do what?
You'll be snoozing, right? Kind of like you did yesterday.
Oh yeah. I'll be going to bed there on you.
Getting some beauty rest. All right. Well, hey, if we don't talk to you before, we'll be back here tomorrow night. So I think he's still. He's out in Vegas. He ain't going to get back to the home 20 till what was it? Thanksgiving Day, I believe he said. Oh, Scarecrow, what's going on? All ready for Turkey Day, are you?
Well, I don't think we'll ever be totally prepared, you know. I'm just so confused here, Steve. It just got me scratching my head. You know, we're told we just came off the best day of the week. Now, I kind of live for Casual Friday. Well, tomorrow is going to be my casual day of the week. So now we've got a Casual Wednesday. Now, we were also just told that this is kind of the hump day. Now, what the hell happened to Taco Tuesday?
Are you confused?
There's a lot of taco lovers. Oh, man, I don't know which way to turn here. Are we not allowed to eat tacos this week now?
Yeah.
Oh, man. Well, anyway, there's a forewarning for some casual that's coming your way tomorrow then. Oh. Steve, are you a wine drinker?
I am not.
Okay. I'll bring that back in after a little bit here. Steve, I kind of concerned here. Twice in the last week and a half, I have dreamt. I don't know what the hell I was dreaming about, but it involved overnight drive, and it kind of concerns me. Now, before the program tonight, where I left for work, I lay down for my hour nap, and whatever the hell it was, I was doing work in my shop. Kind of.
Yeah.
You know how dreams are. They vaguely resemble whatever
Sure.
you're familiar with. Well, either way, I'm doing work here. Well, here's Steve Summers with a push broom behind me. Now I actually am doing some sheetrock work in our garage. Well, here you were pushing some sheetrock dust around on the floor of my shop, and I looked at you like, where did you come from? No, you were just passing through. Now we move, the dream moves into the family room, and you told somebody to go get some beverages, /Skullbusters. Now,
okay.
And I turn around, here's a couple of young ladies, and I looked at short, blonde hair, but short blonde hair, Steve. I said, well, you must be the princess, huh? And she said, yes, I am. Now, there's a scary thing. Is there something you want to fess up with us? Because I know the princess does not have short blonde hair.
She does not. No, not at this point. There was a time when she did dye her hair a number of years ago, and she was almost a blonde.
Yeah, I remember her image, I think, from the truck show 2 years back. I see her matting the tables there, and no, it was not short blonde hair, Steve. So either way, yeah, they're her and this other girl, they're taking a peek at some old trinkets, antiques, porcelain stuff that I don't have a clue what it was. But so yeah, there's that. I turned around. Well, then you had found a bottle of wine, and you were give up on looking for a glass. You just decided
straight from the bottle, huh? Chug a lug.
Oh, Yes, that bottle was pointed straight to the sky, the base of it, and that's kind of where that led to. Although the skull bolsters never did show up, and all of a sudden the house was filled with other attendees to whatever this party is, and I'm thinking, will you go away? I got to take a nap because I got to go to work. I don't know if I guess we weren't concerned about you and any radio program taking place, but so yeah, that was the whole dream thing. We've been reflecting, and they're supposed to mean something, aren't they? There's individuals that can.
So they say. I mean, as you know, as a radio guy, my dreams are 90% of the time they're about I'll be in a studio, and it may be a studio I worked at years and years ago. It may be kind of a transition or a kind of a mix of where I sit now, but normally there's problems. Things aren't working. I'm hitting the buttons, or there's no audio. And just driving a truck, I often wonder, do truck drivers dream about having, like someone pull out in front of them, or you're trying to go up a hill and the truck starts going backwards? And do you have truck driving nightmares?
I can't say I've ever experienced that part. Although, like I say, the overnight drive, that certainly comes into play here. I got somebody's going to bend my ear for them. What can I do for you? Oh, somebody's lost and confused, I guess.
You got you got a cigarette? You got a spare cigarette?
No, I don't know. He was half broken English. He was trying to point fingers, and I don't know what. Either way, that was that. This is now. Yeah, I was thinking about going back. Well, dreams go back to the cavemen, I'm sure. What do you suppose cavemen dreamt about? Cave women?
Beautiful cave women, yeah.
Or saber-toothed tigers trying to catch you.
Yeah.
Well, I guess that's enough of that casualness. And now this has totally left me. I had a half dozen other things here, but I did make note, last Thursday our kids, they were supposed to go to Australia, and that got canceled. Well, things sometimes, Steve, are probably meant to happen. Our daughter-in-law just learned yesterday now that her grandmother passed away. So here they would have been in Australia, and that would have certainly put a damper on their vacation and such and all. But, things just work out in the end somehow. I'm sitting in line here watching for the crew to wave at me. If you're looking at the clock, you know the routine on my end. So I'm going to have to come back on that.
Very good.
I'll join Horse Feathers on that loneliest hour there.
Business. All right. Good to hear from you, Scarecrow. Dreaming about the Steve Summers overnight drive. Yeah, I kind of all the years being in this biz, it's always, and a lot of dreams about trying to get there, can't get there. Yeah, I may be down at the wife's family or something, and I've got to be on at the midnight hour, and how am I going to get home? How am I going to? I've only got 3 hours till showtime, and I'm 6 hours away. I can't get there. Those kind of things, nightmares. We'll get a quick timeout and plenty of room for you. It is 844-844-3388. What are we thankful for this Thanksgiving? Yeah, maybe tomorrow night we can kind of focus on that because it'll be our final program before Thanksgiving. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Well, what do we see here? The scammers are always at it. Heads up here, the logistics industry has become increasingly impacted by what they call phishing attacks, and it looks like sophisticated hackers are eyeing brokers and carriers utilizing the load board DAT, D-A-T. Last Friday, the industry newsletter Freight Caviar posted an email entitled, "We had to cancel setup. You have a report." It's from an address designated as DAT1 with credentials. Now, the email had sent a fake Carrier 411 Freight Guard report requesting that the user respond to the report on onedatfreight.com. That's DAT's actual website address. But rather, their actual website address is one.dat.com. So this was onedatfreight, all one word.com. It's very similar. The two sites, they say, are nearly identical. Only a few features, including an issue with the login pop-up. The IP address, though, shows a company called Beget LLC out of St. Petersburg, Russia, is hosting the fake site. Likely, the fake DAT website steals the usernames and passwords of those who respond to the email. Once someone has acquired this information, he or she can log into the real DAT1 site and post or actually win loads under the identification of a real broker or carrier to fraudulently, as they say, fish loads or steal loads in transit or double broker loads. According to truckstop.com, marketplace fraud increased 400% from the first quarter of 21 to the fourth quarter of last year. This is the highest level the industry has seen since they started tracking fraud reports nearly 20 years ago. DAT told FreightWaves on Friday they're aware of the post that was shared on X. They appreciate the post. Fighting fraud is a community effort, according to the communications director of DAT. She explained, if customers think they've received a phishing email impersonating DAT, or you believe your DAT credentials have been compromised, you should reach out to the customer service department right away and report the bad actor. She also suggested you send a screenshot of the message to their customer service department. Now, that's where you, how do you do the screenshot thing? Like you right-click, you take a shot of that. Do not actually forward the actual phishing email to them. They just want a screenshot of what you got. Okay, so the scammers are out there working overtime these days. Would that be Running Bear? Who we got on board?
Hey, Steve. Yes, this is Running Bear. I forgot to give you my name on there for my handle there. Hey, You was talking about sticky situations, about talking about on holiday get-togethers.
Oh, yeah. Talking politics around the dinner table, not a good idea, huh?
Well, I'm from Southern Ohio, so my family's up there and around Mansfield, around Sheriff Brown, so I can't talk about politics up there. But make a long story short, I went up to my sister's 8 years ago up there in Mansfield, and at that time, she owned that house there in Mansfield, and we had a good time. Are you still there?
Oh, yeah, I got you. You had a good time with your sister, okay.
And all the grown-ups who have smoked one of those cigarettes there, they went to the garage that they had it like a big old kerosene heater that, heck, it was warmer in that garage than it was in the house. I don't smoke or anything. So anyway, it was about 8 years ago I went up there and I talked to my niece, I'm sorry, I'm moving too far up, but my sister owned a house that we had the Thanksgiving dinner in, and she sold the house to her daughter, and my sister moved to Florida.
Mm-hmm. All right, if we're gonna get the rest of the story, we got to pause there because we close out hour number 2. Back after this, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. Reports indicate intense fighting in the vicinity of another hospital in northern Gaza on the 45th day of the Israel-Hamas conflict. UN officials disclosed that 31 premature babies were evacuated from the hospital Sunday, but numerous staff and patients still remain inside. Simultaneously, negotiators are reportedly nearing an agreement to secure the release of some of the more than 240 hostages believed to be held by Hamas. Today marked President Biden's 81st birthday, making him the oldest sitting president in U.S. history. Despite his age, Biden maintains that he is capable of handling the responsibilities of the job. However, a recent Reuters Ipsos poll revealed that 77%, including 65% of Democrats, believe Biden is too old to be president. The majority of Americans are aiming to steer clear of political discussions at the Thanksgiving dinner table.
That's according to a national poll by Quinnipiac University. The survey indicates that over 60% of Americans would prefer not to broach the subject. In contrast, just under 3 in every 10 individuals expressed anticipation about discussing politics during the holiday. A news release from the university's polling analyst suggests that a healthy dose of Zip It will be on the menu this year. I'm John Schaefer.
A survey conducted by Harvard's Center for American Political Studies, HarrisX, and the Harris Poll reveals that 3 out of 5 Americans believe President Biden was aware of his son Hunter's business dealings. The majority of respondents also indicated that they think the president assisted his son's business. AAA anticipates that over 55 million individuals will head out on Thanksgiving travel, going at least 50 miles from their home. This marks an increase of over 2% compared to the previous year and stands as the 3rd highest Thanksgiving travel forecast on record. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout, and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
In the latest poll, former President Trump holds a narrow lead over President Biden in the White House race. According to the Harvard Capps Harris poll, Trump is garnering 48% support, while Biden has 41%. Recent surveys indicated Trump's outperformance of Biden in several pivotal battleground states. Today, the Supreme Court rejected former Minneapolis police officer Derek Chauvin's appeal of his conviction of second-degree murder in the killing of George Floyd. The justices didn't have anything to say in leaving in place state court rulings of Chauvin's conviction and 22.5-year sentence. Chauvin's lawyer had argued that their client was denied a fair trial in 2021 because of publicity and concerns for violence if there was an acquittal. President Joe Biden held the annual White House Thanksgiving tradition of the turkey pardon this morning, sparing Liberty, a 42.5-pound turkey, and Bell, 42.1 pounds, from ending up on someone's table this Thursday. Steve Lykin, the chairman of the National Turkey Federation and president of the Jenny O store, said that they had to actually train the birds.
We've been intently raising them and getting them acclimated to some different things that they're probably not quite used to, whether that's sounds and noises and things like that.
Liberty and Bell got first-class treatment before their White House visit and stayed at the luxurious Willard Hotel. Dave Collins, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operation interoperability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
So, welcome back. Another hour as we make our way into a Tuesday. Difficult to keep track of the days this week, ain't it? Tuesday. We left off there talking about holiday tensions around the dinner table. Ron and Bear, all right, get the rest of the story.
Where was I? I think it was that I was at my sister's house about 8 years ago, and she sold the house to my niece. Well, from what I heard last year was a big old beguile because my niece's husband said if y'all smoke a cigarette, you gotta walk a 60 feet driveway and stand out in the middle of the street and smoke a cigarette. They couldn't go out on the back porch. They could not go in the garage, at which my sister didn't own the garage at the time, so I guess there was no kerosene heater out there.
Yeah.
So my sister is not coming up from Florida for Thanksgiving dinner because she thinks that's not right, and which I always thought my niece's husband kind of looked down on me a little bit.
Yeah, so she said, if you ain't going to let me smoke outside, you're going to make me walk all the way out to the street, I ain't even going to come to the house.
Yeah, and she's missing like 6 grandkids, and that's crazier than Hades, buddy.
Yeah.
That is just crazy. It just, I don't know. I don't smoke myself, and I guess you can't even drink anymore in their house. And when my sister had the house, I could drink after the grandkids went to sleep and all that. And you couldn't use no cuss words, but I agree with that, everything, But it's just going to...
Yeah, you gotta abide by the rules of the house, right? And if you don't like the rules, I guess stay home. There's an example. That's nothing to do with politics, but the things that can divide a family. It is 844-844-3388. What are you going to be arguing about around the dinner table?
Well, praise God, Brother Steve, and I'm glad to be on the air with you. And I tell you, politics-wise, we're all pretty much Trump supporters. My mother she's a conservative, but she was anybody but Trump. But I think her views have turned sharply. What's divisive around our table around Thanksgiving is Alabama or Auburn, because we got the Iron Bowl coming up.
Yeah, there you go. I kind of figured that would be. Yep.
Oh yeah! Congratulations to the New Mexico State Aggies who marched into Jordan Hare Stadium and laying the smackdown to those Barners. That's what I don't even acknowledge that. The real name, I call it Alabama Poly Institute. They call college on the plains. They call their fans Barners. They're Barners and can't even play football right. See, now that's God's punishment on that team for not keeping Cadillac Williams as their head coach. Steve, I would have been more of an Auburn fan if they would have kept him, because his first act as head coach, when they fired the other guy that was coach at Boise State that they made a mistake and hired, his first act as head coach was he become head coach on a Tuesday. Wednesday night, he took that football team to church, and Steve, 11 of those players from Auburn got saved. And, and they started playing good football and actually played Alabama tough last year in the Iron Bowl. But they decided, well, we just don't want him. We want a guy that was a womanizer and like Jim Harbaugh in Michigan, a proven cheater. And they hired Hugh Freeze. So you get what you deserve. And I love you, Captain Ron. That was for you. But but we'll be discussing Alabama, Auburn, and everything like that. So when politics gets brought up, we're pretty much all Trump supporters, and so we're going to be, discussing how many more days to hopefully, the election doesn't get rigged or World War III doesn't break out, and we're stuck with the decrepit old Alzheimer patient that's currently in the White House. But man, I've heard a lot of phone calls about wine and dreams, and by the way, I heard that Heart is going back out on tour, 50 years of Heart. And so I guess, those old ladies would be out there, they're performing their hit song, These Dreams, and, All I Want to Do Is Make Love to You, and Magic Man, and all that stuff.
Yeah.
So, and wine, oh, Steve, back with the old man, before he got put on the cross, I went on a date with a gal back in my real early 20s, and probably 21 years old, and we went to Red Lobster, and man, she was a wine drinker, and I was not a wine drinker, and she ordered some wine called a House Chablis. Still don't know what it is. Tasted all right, but I drank way too much of it and got way too inebriated, and did something stupid that no one should ever do. That's drive home drunk, and the room was spinning, and you put the foot on the floor, get it to stop, and it don't stop. And my mother's azalea bushes paid the price for that. I actually walked in my mom and dad's house, knockered, and I felt that for 4 days afterwards. And I've learned real quick, no, I'm not a wine aficionado. No, sirree, Bobcat Tail. So, no wine for me. I just stuck to beer until God delivered me from all that devil's mouthwash. And you probably have not heard from Gilligan in a few nights, and the rumor is he has shingles, but the real rumor is Gilligan, he talked about me wearing a pink tutu, which, to explain that, Pappy and I were having a B-movie night over at his house, when Ohio voted in the making marijuana legal, the devil's lettuce, And so to clarify, we were having the B movie night, and the B movie we were actually watching was the Toxic Avenger. I don't know if you ever seen that.
I remember that. Yes, I do.
So I was wearing the pink tutu in tribute to pay an homage of the little old nerd before he got thrown in the toxic wakes and turned into the Toxic Avenger. But Gilligan has really had he's had a few realignments. Gilligan is now Gilligat. So when he calls in, he's not the male version of Gilligan no more. He's Gilligat. So that's where Gilligan has been. So don't buy into the rumor of he's got shingles. But seriously, all joking aside, I commented last night. I was on the Turban Ministries Church fan page, and I saw your show pop up, and I want to get serious for a moment. All joking aside, all laughing aside. We had a listener of the show, friend of the show, Gary Montgomery.
Yes.
Steve. Gary lost his wife, Linda.
Correct.
And Linda was his life.
and Gary is a big fan of the show. He doesn't call in, but Gary, John Pasovich, the Dipsy driver, they're real big friends, and this has been a huge loss for Gary. So y'all just keep Gary Montgomery in your prayers. This is a horrible time to lose someone right around the Thanksgiving holidays as we start Christmas season.
Do you know Rambler had his wife been dealing with medical issues, or was it just kind of a complete surprise, caught off guard? Do you know?
Steve, I do not know. I tried calling Gary, and I can understand why he wouldn't want to answer the phone, but he did acknowledge and the fact that, hey, I saw where you calling, and he messaged me on my Facebook wall. So when I woke up and I saw it, I immediately responded. And I don't know if she had medical issues or not. God bless her, and God bless him. I do know that they're both are Christians. So I want to say that, her faith was solid on our Lord Jesus Christ. So pretty much I know where she's at, but still it's a horrible thing to have to deal with, losing, the love of your life. And, he devoted his life to his wife, Linda, as well as Victor, the blind man, did to Amy. Let's not forget about that, and that's still fresh on my mind too. When the blind man lost his significant other, his fiancée, Amy. So, and I know that, see, this is a hard time for a lot of people. And we talk about conversation around the dinner table. A lot of times, it's hard for people to enjoy the Christmas season because, they lost loved ones, and it's hard. But I want you to know, and I want you to think about your loved ones right now. If you knew your loved one had a good, solid relationship with the Lord Jesus Christ, and you have a good, solid relationship with the Lord Jesus Christ, their body, yes, whether it be in an urn, whether it be in a casket, that body, that is an empty shell. God's children, they're more alive than you and I are ever more. And they're not in pain no more. They're not hurting. They're having the time of their life. And, the Bible does speak about the Master's table, and there is a supper table sitting up there. And when their number got called, when they went to that seat, there was a reserved spot right there for them. That nameplate was taken away. They have a spot, and you have a spot too. And as you go and you carve that turkey this Thanksgiving, Brother Steve, I can't wait, man. I don't know if y'all eat cornbread dressing up there, but we eat it down south, and my wife makes the best. And when you go to eat your turkey and your dressing, your cranberry sauce and the green beans and all the fixings, pumpkin pie, sweet tater pie, pecan pie, and all that, all the good fixings, and if you start getting lonely, you start thinking about whether you lost a spouse, a parent, a child. Think about how alive they are. Think about where they're at, how they're celebrating the Christmas season up there, the Bible says, Steve, in Revelation chapter 21, that God will wipe away all tears. No more sorrow, no more pain. The Word of God, Steve, says in the book of Revelations, there'll be no need for the sun or moon, that the glory of God is the sun up there. It's all joy and happiness. I can't be sad, around this time of year, knowing that, man, where they're at, that's where I strive to be. That's why we're out here at Determined Ministries Church telling folks about Jesus Christ, so you can get yourself ready. Because, Steve, I'm going to tell you something, sir. We're all going to have to face it. And you've heard me say it time and time again. We're all got to face it. And I will say this, and I love the interview that Larry King, when he had his radio show, did with Billy Graham. One out of every one. Billy Graham said the greatest statistic is death. One out of every one will face it. And if the rapture was to happen, Steve, let me tell you something. This sinful flesh, if you read Exodus chapter 33, it cannot stand before God. God told Moses, he said, Moses, you cannot look upon my face or you shall die, because you cannot stand in front of me. Sin will never stand before God. So even if the rapture was to happen and we don't have to face death, this flesh, Steve, will die because it can never stand before God, because this flesh is at war with God constantly. Like Paul said, I find myself doing the things I hate to do, but I find myself doing it more than the things I want to do for the Lord. So, look, they're not at war no more. They're not suffering. They're more alive than you and I are. So think about that when you're around the dinner table and you're thinking about all the Thanksgivings and all the Christmases you had with your loved ones. Think about the good times. Don't think about the bad times. Think about the good times and smile and say, you know what, it's only a matter of time before we see them. And, Steve, we're going to be putting our Christmas tree up at Determined Ministries Church, and I've encouraged all members if they want to come on out and put a religious, like a baby in a manger Christmas ornament on our tree. Just come on out. 46058 Clearview Drive is where our church is, and you can always log online, determinedministrieschurch.com. Not .com, but just go to Facebook. But there is a .com you can, and listen, Steve, this is what gets me excited, is knowing that we got Christmas season coming up, and people want to, if they have any money they want to spend, they trust the internet, they can go to overnightdrive.com and get stocking stuffers. I saw last night when I was watching you had on one of your nice looking shirt. Now, is that vinyl or is that actually like a painted shirt that you guys sell?
It's an obvious cotton T-shirt, but it's screen print, I guess you call it screen print.
Screen print? See, now that's better than vinyl. And you go to overnightdrive.com, you can get that, Steve. And I enjoy it. It makes a good stocking stuffer, or maybe you want a bumper sticker to put on your 18-wheeler or your vehicle. You sell that too. And I tell you what, Steve, if I don't talk to you again, I know you're off Thursday. I'm off Thursday. I'm looking forward to eating Thanksgiving, and no sadness on my part. Try not to let there be sadness on your part. Let's remember our other brothers and sisters who are listening to the show, like Martha Jett and Miss Millie, so many others that are going through things. Let's not forget about them. And let's not forget about our brave men and women who are overseas who can't be home for Thanksgiving. And let's not forget about maybe you have a child that's an addict. Do not give up on that child. Go to Blue Flame Ministry. You'll see why you don't give up on your children. That's Shorty Morse's son, and that's his ministry. Steve, love is just more than just a four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, or Brother Rambler can love you, and I do. And congratulations to the Philadelphia Eagles, because, Steve, Jalen Hurts got sacked 6 times, and they still won that football game.
Wow.
And I will be back probably, he took 6 sacks during that game. And they still pulled it off. I'll be back probably Thursday night, Friday morning, and give Ramblers college football picks. We'll talk about a couple of NFL games. And that segment is always sponsored by Hot Shot Secret. Hot Shot Secret. Get your engine into the game. And I love you, Steve, and I love you, God's children. God bless you. We'll talk to you later. Bye-bye.
All right. Now. Thank you much. Enjoy your Thanksgiving yet. If you dial this up Friday morning, you'll be late waiting a long time. We're out Thursday morning and Friday morning. Back on Sunday night into Monday morning next week. Get the full Thanksgiving weekend, right? Charlotte, North Carolina, a postal worker has been accused of stealing at least $24 million from the U.S. Postal Service and collecting or collaborating with several others to sell the checks. According to the U.S. Attorney's Office, 29-year-old Nakedra Shannon has been accused of stealing incoming and outgoing checks at Mail Processing Distribution Center in Charlotte over a period of 4 months' time. She was apparently employed as a mail processing clerk at the center March of 21 through July of this year, according to the Charlotte Observer. The 2 other suspects involved in the case, Donnell Gardner, 27, and Desiree Carter, who have been accused of posting stolen checks worth $12 million on the Telegram Channels application. A report noted the alleged theft included taking $8 million in U.S. Treasury checks. The three suspects, they say, carried out the operation from April to July of this year. They're believed to have made hundreds of thousands of dollars in the scheme, now being charged with conspiracy to commit financial institution fraud, which could carry a sentence of 30 years in prison. Also charged with theft of government property. Those carry a 10-year sentence for each offense. Suspects were released on bond after their first court appearance last Friday. None of them replied to request for comment from the Charlotte Observer. A U.S. attorney thanked for the following for their part in the investigation. The Postal Service Office, Inspector General, blah, 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 all that. However, this is not the only recent instance of individuals attempting to make massive amounts of money through fraud. Reporting last week that a student at the University of Miami had been charged with hacking a multinational shipping, receiving, and supply chain management company, carrying out a nationwide scheme. This was a 21-year-old, Matthew Bergwell, gained unauthorized access to compromised employee accounts of a supply chain management company. He'd apparently been collaborating with a couple of accomplices in that scheme who used the compromised employee accounts to enter fake tracking information for items moved by the company on behalf of retailers all over the country. Value of that scheme estimated to be about $3.5 million. Just night after night talking about the scammers out there. All right, about a minute before our news break, so tell you what, hang in there. We'll come back, get back to your calls at 844-844-3388. Did I mention things are going to be changing as the holiday season officially gets underway? Forecasters say travelers need to be on alert for the next winter storm that's going to sweep across parts of the western and central states. Snow, they tell us, will start in the northern Rockies Thanksgiving Day, then spread southeastward into Friday and Saturday, encompassing most of the southern Rockies. The high terrain in Colorado, Wyoming, and Utah may have some of the highest snowfall totals, but impactful snow is expected across the entire region over the Thanksgiving holiday, only to be followed by a deep freeze. We're talking big-time drop-off. And Denver is going to be in the mix. We'll give you the rest of the story coming up here. In the meantime, it is 844-844-3388. Great to have you on board. Heading into a Tuesday, it is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA News Update. Reports indicate intense fighting in the vicinity of another hospital in northern Gaza on the 45th day of the Israel-Hamas conflict. UN officials disclosed that 31 premature babies were evacuated from the hospital Sunday, but numerous staff and patients still remain inside. Simultaneously, negotiators are reportedly nearing an agreement to secure the release of some of the more than 240 hostages believed to be held by Hamas. Today marked President Biden's 81st birthday, making him the oldest sitting president in U.S. history. Despite his age, Biden maintains that he is capable of handling the responsibilities of the job. However, a recent Reuters Ipsos poll revealed that 77%, including 65% of Democrats, believe Biden is too old to be president. AAA says 55 million individuals will head out this Thanksgiving holiday. Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Denver, no stranger to snow this time of year. However, outside a little snow they had ahead of Halloween, there hasn't been much so far this season. First 20 days of November have been snow-free. So they're running a little bit behind. The historical average for the entire month of November is about 4.5 inches there. So far this season, the only accumulating snow came during that 2-day storm back October 28th and 29th. Picked up 7.5 inches, so it's not out of the question that Denver could double their current season total with this incoming storm. Currently, forecasters are expecting about 4 to 8 inches of snow in Denver. Those totals expected to increase drastically as elevation increases to the west of the Denver metro area. More than a foot of snow could fall on the mountain peaks. This is going to be a pretty widespread system. The widespread nature of this particular storm coinciding with the higher volume of travelers for the Thanksgiving holiday undoubtedly will be causing travel disruptions. Those travel woes likely to include delays for flights in and out of the cities in the Rockies, motorists taking to the roads as well. Mountain passes along I-70 through Colorado are likely to pick up accumulating snow, so you'll deal with slippery conditions there. But look at the temperatures. It's going to be the big shocker. Now, here we are Tuesday morning. Wednesday, the forecast high in Denver is 68 degrees. The bottom falls out dramatically, like a 40-degree change in 48 hours. By Friday, the high temperature is forecast to be at 27. Likewise, throughout the region, Casper, Wyoming, forecast high Wednesday, Thanksgiving Eve at 59. High temperature by Friday, 18. 66 is the forecast high for Rapid City, South Dakota, as well as Cheyenne, Wyoming. Respectfully, the Rapid City will be 26, Cheyenne will be 22 for a high temperature come Friday. One last in the region, North Platte, Nebraska, 68 there for your Wednesday high. Only a high of 29 come Friday. Big changes on the horizon. Yes, Anonymous Hippopotamus.
All right, we only got a couple minutes because I'm almost to the oil refinery here outside of Philly. But anyways, so what's up with a scarecrow trying to get you in trouble, Your Honor? Running around with a short-haired blonde woman calling her the princess. But I will tell you, you're called princess, and that way you can't mess it up because they're back, before I met my wife and that there. I actually had 3 women I was kind of hanging around with there, and they were all named Linda. I don't know how that worked out, but they were all named Linda, and so we didn't ever mess up the names there. You want to be careful who's, you don't want to be messing up the names there and get in trouble for that.
Yeah.
But, and you notice when Rambo was calling there, he was talking about them desserts there for Thanksgiving there, and he said pecan pie. Did you notice he said pecan pie and not pecan pie?
Is it pecan or pecan? I don't know which it is, honestly.
Yeah, well, you see the pecan, that's what Aunt Margaret keeps under the bed. So you want the pecan pie, not the pecan pie, right?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't want the pecan.
Yeah. No, I don't want the one from the pecan. But anyway, so, and, we were talking about, we always talk about this. It seems like it comes up every week there about the climate change and, global warming and all that. Do you remember these things that they call glaciers, Your Honor? I mean, isn't that what they say kind of formed the Adirondack Mountains and the Finger Lakes and the Great Lakes and the hills of Pennsylvania?
We had glaciers come right down through the Ohio Valley here. It carved out the Rocky Mountains. Hello?
Yeah, so we didn't have a warming trend. Where did the glaciers go, Your Honor? Why did the glaciers go away? And where did all that water go? I mean, that's a lot of ice. That's a lot of ice to do all that destruction, damage of moving everything around. Just kind of wondering that. But anyways, and here we'll try to do real quick for Sundance there. I'm still trying to figure out his math. So he said that the fuel surcharge got taken out, and then he got paid the percentage of his rate for doing the load, and then the fuel surcharge got put back in. So now, anyways, the fuel surcharge is supposed to go to whoever pays the fuel. So if you're an owner-operator and you're paying the fuel bill, then really 100% of the fuel surcharge should go to you. But the fuel surcharge, as far as I know, and would be, what you shouldn't be added to the rate. It should be a separate line on the bill there. So you should get your rate your percentage of your rate. So if it was $1,000 load and you're getting 70% of that, you get $700 for the load. And if the fuel surcharge was $500, then if you're paying for the fuel, you should get the full $500 with the $700. But the way he makes it sound is that he wants the fuel surcharge $500 put in first, and then get 80% of it, and then have the whole $500 put back in afterwards, which kind of would be double dipping on the fuel surcharge from wherever the money's coming from, the broker or whatever. But I don't know. As I say, I'm just trying to figure out his math. Every time he says something, I get confused on his math, the way he runs numbers. But anyways, I don't know. Maybe we can figure out more of that. So anyway, I don't know what else we got. We can figure out something, but yeah, I'm looking at a scale house here, so I guess we'll let you go. And oh, hey, I know one last thing real quick. When Knuckle Buster was calling there, he was really loud. I don't know what you did for his modulation, or whether it's his phone, the way it connects through, or the line he was on, but he had real loud. He was really loud compared to everybody else. So I thought that was kind of interesting.
Everybody's phone is different. I know Big Ed, I have him pumped up all the way. His phone's pretty low. Yours seems pretty good tonight. 557, his is notorious for having a lot of background noise. It's just, you never know from one to the next. But yes, certain people need to ask what he got him a new headset here not that long ago. And it works pretty darn well. Is that Hillbilly? I do believe. Morning. What's going on, Hillbilly?
Good morning, Steve. How we doing?
Doing well.
Good deal. I guess happy hump day, for you. I still got to work Friday after Thanksgiving. Talking about the turkey dinner discussions. It's going to happen in my house. Someone's going to mention something. And the discussion's going to start. We don't usually get to argument, but we try to avoid it. But it never fails. Someone mentions something.
Yeah.
There's no big argument or stuff like that. We always let people make their point, and at the end of the day, we agree to disagree. If you know what I'm saying.
Right.
But that's how we usually do it. But you're talking about the nightmares and dreams about trucking. I remember early 2000s. I was at Mom's house eating lunch and fell asleep in the recliner. And she said she walked in and I was shifting gears and talking on the CB.
Yep.
But my nightmare, I don't know if you remember this, back in, I think 2003, 2004, guy committed suicide by trucker on I-75, and it happened that somebody I worked with, well, I didn't work with the same company, but we pulled out of the same line plant. I knew. But, I don't know, about a week later, I could tell you the mile marker and the exit, the mile road exit there on I-75 there, Kentucky. Come around that curve there where the exit there's a minivan. And about the time I got to the back of the minivan, the right lane, a woman and two kids walked out in front of me in my dream. About the time they disappeared into the scream, I woke up screaming with a dead sweat. Never have forgotten that.
Wow.
But that's been my one trucking nightmare. It never reoccurred, but it's always next in the back of my mind.
Yep.
But I have dreamed about wrecks and stuff like that. Woke up one day and thought I was supposed to be in Houston, and I was in Charlotte, going, how the hell I get here? Oh, I'm on this load right now. That's my next load. If you know what I'm saying. But it is what it is. I mean, I think we all have nightmares about stuff like that eventually.
Yeah. And like Scarecrow said, they're supposed to have some sort of meaning, but I've never really got into studying dreams and all that to see. We could probably do a whole program on, get a dream expert on what you tell them your dreams and they explain to you what it means.
my wife always likes looking up on the internet what this dream means or what that means. I'm like, it just means it's on your mind the way I look at it.
Yeah.
If you know what I'm saying. Whatever's on your mind, that's usually what you dream about, whether it's past family or things you're going through during your life. I mean, like you said, you're visiting the family 6 hours away from the studio. How are you going to get there in 3 hours? You know what I'm saying?
It's just things, all that stuff that's in your brain. It's like a big computer up there just doing its thing.
That's it. All right, Steve, have a good night.
Thank you, Hillbilly. You do the same. Have a great morning. It's 844-844-3388. Update from the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association this past day. The Overtime Act. Representative Jeff Van Drew's perspective, the Guaranteed Overtime for Truckers Act, is all about fairness. Most workers receive overtime compensation when they log more than 40 hours in a week. As we know, the Fair Labor Standards Act exempts motor carriers from having to pay overtime. Van Drew is part of the bipartisan effort to change that, as he introduced the House version of the Got Truckers Act earlier this month. Van Drew spoke to Landline Now, and he said, "I'm a strong Republican. I believe in Republican values. I believe for the future of the country, we have to be strong. However, there are issues that cross barriers, and this is one of them. I welcome my Democrat colleagues on this because I think they also recognize the fairness issue. I believe in entrepreneurship. I believe in business. I believe in hard work. But I also believe in fairness. That's the point of this bill. And I think that's what appeals to people on both sides of the aisle. Now, of course, there are versions of the bill in both the House and the Senate. House version, H.R. 6359. Senate version, S. 3273. He said this would ensure that a truck driver's time is valued. Truckers oftentimes working 60, 70 hours a week without receiving any extra compensation for that time. Even worse, most drivers are paid by the mile and are not paid for any of the job functions that take place when they're parked. Let's be fair, truckers are breaking their backs. They sincerely are what makes America move. Our country'd be in a whole lot of trouble if we didn't have the truckers working for us every day. When people don't work hard, that's up to them, and maybe they don't deserve to make a lot of money, but truckers do. They deserve to be treated fairly and make a decent income, rather. Of course, OOIDA supports the legislation, and they've been encouraging their members to get a hold of your respective House members and senators to encourage them to support the respective bills in the House and the Senate. If you want to go to the web, an easy way to find out more is fightingfortruckers.com. That's the website, fightingfortruckers.com. And they'll have links there to, I think you just enter your zip code, and it'll hook you up with who your respective House member and Senate representative is, and even email links to help you out there. We return into, it is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Did you know gas goes bad in as little as 30 days? Bad gas can cause rough starts, poor performance, or no starts at all. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Whether it's your car, truck, boat, lawnmower, leaf blower, weed trimmer, ATV, motorcycle, or anything else with an engine, when you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Hey, let's see what's going on with Philip this morning.
Hey, bud, how you doing today?
Hanging with him. How about you? What's happening out there?
Not much. Just going down I-4 here, riding on the road. You were talking about the overtime pay thing there. For many years in LTL, that's been a big question with a lot of different companies. And that's probably one of the main reasons that there's unions in LTL freight, is because of that overtime deal. Some companies have stepped up to the plate, some still haven't stepped up to the plate, so it's a big deal. I know as far as the over-the-road thing, that's more like a detention pay thing, I think, with the problems with that, but it is what it is. I mean, you get over 40 hours, you want some overtime. I know it was always up and down in the LTL industry. Some companies would adhere to it, and give you the overtime, and then some companies, would. And that's a lot of reason that you have the Teamsters and the unions and all that stuff in place over the years with LTL. What do you think, Steve?
So what's on tap? I mean, busy time there at Mickey Mouse World this week. A lot of folks, I saw that Orlando and I think 3 Florida destinations are the top destinations for Thanksgiving travelers. I didn't realize that.
Absolutely. Our busiest times of the year, now that we've cut back on Easter, we used to have services for Easter down at the park, but we don't do that no more. We have is Thanksgiving and Christmas and New Year's and 4th of July. Those are the busy times of the year. And, I'll be working on Thanksgiving. I've got a regular day of work that day. And, I get my OT pay for it. I actually get an extra 8 hours of pay for Thanksgiving. That's my holiday pay. And then I get a floating holiday as well that I can take a day off later on when I need to. I'll work till, let's see, I'll be up till 3 o'clock on Thursday. Same way with, Christmas. I believe I'm going to be working on Christmas because Christmas is a Monday this year.
Yes, I know. I saw that.
So, yep, it just depends on your schedule. When you work for Disney, if it's on your schedule, you're going to work it. That's the way it is. Unless you can get high enough in seniority and get it off. I had been put off, we put in for having Thanksgiving off, and we have what we call a wait list, that they determine, what the flow of people and whatnot is, and they determine on how many people they need to work. And I didn't make it off the list, so I'm still, I'm working. That's the way it works. That's how it works with these companies. It's like when I worked at the airlines. When I worked at the airlines, we worked every holiday. Same way when I drove a truck, believe it or not, in some instances, what companies I worked for. If it was that day and your route was on that day, you went. The only time I had it off was when I ran LTL because all our customers were, taking the holiday off. But it's just one of those things. You got to accept it. What we do is we just plan accordingly. So, like if I was on a night shift at Disney, I would, have my Thanksgiving early in the day. If I'm on the shift that I'm working, like I'm going to do Thursday, I get home probably around 5 o'clock in the afternoon. We'll probably have Thanksgiving around 5 o'clock. That means my wife don't have to bust a lot of butt to get things done quickly. you know. So
but then you gotta just get a little rest and back to work Friday morning, though, right?
Absolutely, that's the way it is. Well, that's the way it is on a normal day anyway, Steve. I mean, I'm averaging probably 5-6 hours of sleep. The only time I get more than that, believe it or not, I get to sleep in a little bit is when I work at Walmart. I get probably about 7-8 hours if I'm lucky with Walmart, because I don't have to start till 6 in the morning, so I get a couple of extra hours of sleep, because going to Walmart, I go in later than I do here at Disney. But we're in that season. I mean, that's the reason why I've been calling in earlier, is because we've got Christmas parties right now, which pushes everything early in the day. I mean, we have to crank up the trains an hour earlier than we usually do, so we got to be in there early. So that's the way it is, man. That's the way the game is. Hey, Steve, what do you think about the Israeli ship that got hijacked? Did you hear about that one?
Yeah, I have the story. Haven't touched on it yet, but yeah, I mean, the concern that this might escalate things a bit.
Well, here's the thing. This isn't Hamas. This is another organization, another terrorist organization.
The Houthi rebels, as they call them. The Houthi rebels.
Yeah, they're in Yemen. They're out at Yemen. And what was crazy about the story is the Iran doesn't have a formal navy, so they have like a Republican Guard that runs their ships. And then one of their ships found this ship. They followed it. Then they got these rebels in there. They came in with a helicopter. They didn't even land on the heliport on the ship. They landed right on the deck and took the ship right that way with the helicopter. There's actually footage of them coming in on the ship.
Yep.
So, I mean, this is a different deal, and this is pushing Iran more into the deal. I mean, you're seeing a lot more Iran. I mean, I don't know if this is me or not, but in a lot of these stories, I'm seeing a lot more Iranian-backed stuff happening, and I don't know. What do you think?
That's 100% correct. Yeah, they are the Iranian-backed Houthi rebels, which, if you hadn't caught that, I think we had it last evening, and I never got around to the rest of the story, but yeah, we'll share more on that coming up. We got to hit our news break first, though. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. The White House reports progress in efforts to secure the release of hostages held by Hamas in Gaza. National Security Council spokesperson John Kirby said that while some strides have been made, additional work is required.
We believe we're closer than we've ever been, so we're hopeful. But there's still work to be done, and nothing is done until it's all done. So we're going to keep working on this.
This development coincides with news reports indicating that negotiators are close to finalizing an agreement to release some of the hostages taken during the October 7th attack on Israel, where over 200 people were held captive by the militant group last month. 3 people are hurt after a light pole came crashing down at Disneyland. Powerful winds are hitting Anaheim and other parts of Southern California. That light pole fell at Disneyland at about 8:30 Monday morning. One person was transported to the hospital for serious injuries. The other 2 victims were treated on the scene. A new poll is not good news for the sitting president.
In the latest poll, former President Trump holds a narrow lead over President Biden in the White House race. According to the Harvard Capps-Harris poll, Trump is gathering 48% support, while Biden has 41%. Recent surveys indicate Trump's outperformance of Biden in several pivotal battleground states. I'm John Schaefer.
Tiger Woods is set to compete on the golf course for the first time in 7 months. Woods has committed to playing in the Hero World Challenge in the Bahamas starting on November 30th. Actor Wayne Brady is recuperating following a car accident that escalated into a physical altercation in California. It happened in Malibu over the weekend. Brady's car was struck by another vehicle. The altercation happened when Brady stepped out of his car. The other guy took off. Police found him. He's now charged with battery, DUI, and hit and run. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
The United States Postal Service has announced pricing changes that will take effect January of next year. According to the release, there will be price increases to several services, including Priority Mail and Priority Mail Express services, both seeing a roughly 6% price increase. A full list of changes can be found at their website, USPS.com. Can that jiggly Jell-O mold fly with you this Thanksgiving? The answer is yes. If you're traveling in the air for the holiday, anything solid like baked goods, meats, stuffing, or casseroles can go through the TSA checkpoint and go to your seat. However, if you can spill it, spread it, spray it, pump it, or pour it, and it's larger than 3.4 ounces, then it should go in your checked bag. The Carter Center has announced funeral plans.
The former First Lady's funeral service will be held on Wednesday, November 29th, as part of a 3-day ceremony. A wreath-laying ceremony will take place on Monday, November 27th, as well as repose at the Jimmy Carter Presidential Library and Museum. On Tuesday, a departure ceremony and tribute service will take place. I'm Corey Myers.
Money and family don't go together, at least to a lottery winner in Maine. A man who won $1.35 billion in the Mega Millions lottery is suing his ex for breaking the NDA she signed not to tell a soul that he won. Dave Collins, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Let's jump right into the rest of the story here. Philip brought up that, yes, Yemen's Houthi rebels seizing an Israel-linked cargo ship in a crucial Red Sea shipping route over the weekend. Sunday, this took place. Over 24 crew members hostage now. And this just raising fears that regional tensions were playing out on a new maritime front. We don't want that. The Iran-backed Houthi rebels said they hijacked the ship over its connections to Israel and took the crew as hostages, warning that they will continue to target ships in international waters that are linked to or owned by Israelis until this campaign in Gaza ends. The Houthis said all ships belonging to the Israeli enemy or that deal with it will become legitimate targets. Now, the rest of the story, the 25 crew members range from a number of countries: Bulgarian, Filipino, Mexican, Ukrainian. Apparently, there were no Israelis on board, though. The Houthis said they're treating the crew members in accordance with their Islamic values, whatever that means. But the Israeli military said this is a very grave incident of global consequence. Israel insists the ship was British-owned and Japanese-operated. However, ownership details in public shipping databases associated the ship's owner with Ray Car Carriers, which was founded by Abraham Rami Unger, who is known as one of the richest men in Israel. Now, one other quick update. We're hearing about the possibility of hostages being released. Maybe we should be saying some of the hostages. The late update Monday evening, the Israeli War Cabinet, they say, has agreed to terms and conditions with Hamas on a deal to move forward with the release of hostages, according to the Israel Public Broadcasting Corporation. This hours after the cabinet met with families of hostages in Tel Aviv. CBS News reported that a pact was nearly in place for the release of 50 hostages in exchange for more aid entering Gaza, including fuel. It would also coincide with a pause in fighting. Now, we know Hamas is holding roughly 240 Israelis hostage. 40 Israelis under the age of 18 are among those hostages. The negotiations between Israel and Hamas were being brokered by the U.S. and Qatar officials. Now, they say the pause in fighting would be for 4 days of about 6 hours per day, just a 6-hour window each day. Now, the Wall Street Journal reported that no Hamas prisoners would be released back as part of the exchange, and that Israel was screening Palestinian prisoners to ensure that there were no connections to Hamas. Netanyahu members of the war cabinet met with 107 family members or representatives of the 240 hostages. That meeting lasted roughly 3 hours, but there was some chaos involved as many of the representatives were left outside in the cold for an hour after being told there wasn't enough room in the auditorium. All were eventually allowed in, but maybe making progress. Some of the you get 40, 50, one step at a time, right? Hey, back to the phones here, and would that be Gilligan?
Yeah, Steve, it is. Hey, I don't know whether you got word. I heard that Rambler was spreading a rumor.
Yeah, right.
That
Somebody said you were getting a roof put on or something. Yeah, some shingles or.
No. I wish. Unfortunately, I've got a case of the shingles. Yeah, I wish it was a roof getting put on. I tell you what, I've been out since Tuesday night. I got a bad case of them. They got in my face and down on my eyelid, but I'm doing a lot better. First couple of days, they really zapped me as far as fatigue and everything, but I'm doing a lot better. I'll be out till next week. But the good thing about it is this happened to fall right during, as luck would have it, yesterday morning was the first day of rifle season in West Virginia for deer. But I tell you what, I'm glad I got through the hard part of it last week. It is affecting my vision a little bit in the right eye, but not much. And that's one reason why I'm still out, is because my right eye is still a little swelled shut. It did not get down in the eye itself. It's only in the lid, thank God.
Okay, because I was saying, the Horse Feathers had told us the scenario about his friend that got it and got about nearly lost his eye.
Right. But fortunately for me, it's just in the eyelid itself. So, well, I've got a monkey gouger type story. Yesterday morning, I was sitting down here in my sand. Steve, I've seen this buck only one other time. He's anywhere from a 9 to a 12 point. I count 9 points on him. Unfortunately, I only got a glimpse at him through the brush. I'm pretty sure it's him because I got a good sized glimmer of the horns down there. But unfortunately, I couldn't get a shot in on him. So, yeah, maybe I'll luck out. Unfortunately, I couldn't get a shot yesterday morning. Now, we're supposed to have some weather moving in this morning. They're only calling for snow showers early and turn to rain later, but we definitely need the rain. We've been in a pretty bad drought here at the GMA&B Enterprises skyscraper. We've only measured 1.37 inches of rain since the 1st of October there at the weather station. So it wasn't a very, very wet September either. So we're drying up pretty bad over here. So, well, anyway, Steve, that's about all I got. I want to give everybody tell them where I'm at, and hope everybody has a happy Thanksgiving. And boy, am I glad I'm going to miss all that fun with the traffic on Wednesday night.
Yeah, you'll miss that, morning. But I hope you feel better soon.
All right, thanks, Steve. I hope
Yep. That ain't no fun. Yeah, shingles for Thanksgiving. What a way to celebrate. See what's going on with Brain Dead this morning. Morning, Brain Dead. Happy Friday.
I thought for a minute they were going to say, this. I'm calling from the east of the Rockies here. George Norrie and what was his name? Art Bell there for a minute with talking about aliens and sleeping. And, oh, geez, Steve, you miss a night, you miss a minute, right? But, yeah, it is my Friday. I cannot wait to get away from here as quick as I can. So, heard Vic talking about Memphis last night, and he made kind of a comment of what has happened to the city, if I remember right.
Mm-hmm.
It's the district attorney. They it's the accountability. They don't want to put people in jail. They don't want to hold people accountable. The jails are full. Okay, yeah. It's our legal system. The ACLU cannot go, okay, well, it's not fair for this retailer to get hit with so big a theft that people got to pay it back. It's cruel and unusual. No, it's not cruel and unusual. You steal, you pay for it. That's part of the thing. That's part of the problem. And here they had a major grocery store chain. I think it was Kroger. I don't remember the one, but they were looking to put a grocery store in one part of the city, and these people are so happy and looking forward to it that they finally said, "Nope, changing our mind. We're not going to build here. We're going to build somewhere else." And the people in the neighborhood couldn't figure out why that they changed their mind. Gee, I wonder. You have all this retail theft going on, and these people are not going to put stores where where they're going to have to close them down in a year or two. I mean, I know of 2 or 3 Kroger stores right now that Kroger closed the doors and sold it to somebody else.
The rampant theft around the country, and that's going to be the trend. The Walmart has vowed that they're going to close locations. Target is closing stores. You can't allow people to come in and just take away. If you're not making any profit, they're in a business to make profit.
Right. I mean, you look at Sears. There for a while, everybody was laughing and making fun of Sears because Sears had the catalogs. Remember, all the way up to what was it, like 2005? If I remember right, that was one of the fun times of the year, right? Getting that Sears catalog and circling it. Ugh. I don't talk about memories, but yeah, I mean, and then I think Kmart now is no longer in existence, but Sears is all online. They have no brick and mortar stores, so they're saving money. They're making money because they're only using the internet. So what's to say next that you go to Walmart.com, you order all your groceries on Walmart.com, you go to the front of the store, you pick it up. I mean, look at all this curbside delivery. My only complaint is if they get it actually right. That's the problem because we used to do that curbside pickup. You ever done that, Steve?
Oh, yes, I have. Absolutely.
How many times have you actually gone to the store and they had everything that you wanted and it was the right item and they didn't have to substitute anything at all?
I think nearly every time they come out, she said, "Would you like to see your substitutions?"
Right. But we did that at our local Kroger store before I went to work for Kroger, by the way. This was like a year or two ago. And we did that for about 3 months. Poor Dingbat would go pick up the groceries, right?
Yeah.
She would get the list of substitutions. She would walk into the store and see where it was already on the shelf.
Okay. I've never done that.
Yeah. It's crazy. It's like the people in our warehouse. They look at it and go, "Well, nothing in this slot here." Okay, tell you. And it's like right there. I mean, I swear they must be related to Dingbat somehow. But I sent you a few DA of the Week nominees because I'm going to be incognito till Friday at midnight, and I know you're not going to be anywhere near that radio mic past Wednesday night, Thursday morning,
Tuesday night, Wednesday morning.
Yeah, so you have a good holiday weekend. I sent you the DA of the Week nominees, and by the way, Dingbat's mad at me, Steve.
Oh yeah, what'd you do this time?
Oh buddy. Me and some buddies of mine got to talking this evening on sitting around the yard there, talking about college football. I said, yeah, we're talking about, with all the games that's coming out, right? The Tennessee Vandy game. Yeah. So I said, what do you think about all of the Florida State game? He goes, one of my buddies said, "Oh yeah, all them damn Florida Gator fans, they're just as delusional as Joe Biden is. I swear they made Joe Biden look actually sane." She says, "What?" He says, "Yeah, they need all the prayers they can get." She goes, "Well, then tell them I'm sick then." Bye to me.
It is 20 past the hour. Thank you so much, Brain Dead. Have a good morning. We'll see if we can find those DA nominees for the week. Back after this, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Brain Dead brought up the go on easy on crime. Let them out on the streets. I can update you on the state of Illinois. Remember that little thing called the SAFE-T Act? Safe with the letter T. SAFE-T, Safety Act, was upheld by the Supreme Court in Illinois back in July. Went into effect on September 18. The sweeping criminal justice reform package includes the Pretrial Fairness Act, which eliminates cash bail. Before the change, defendants would have to post bail to be released from jail. Now, prosecutors have the burden to prove to judges whether or not they should be incarcerated during the court process. Rock Island's chief public defender has played a key role in that county's transition to the new law. He says, "I believe we're in an efficient place at this time." Well, we're getting better every day, still because it's new. Despite a backlog of defendants seeking release when the law went into effect 2 months ago, county officials say they're starting to find their stride as more cases are heard and appeals are made. The lawyers are getting a bit more proficient in the law and understanding and applying the law on both sides, and the judges as well are becoming more familiar with the law. Now, he clarifies the benefits of having a defendant released if a judge determines they're not a flight risk or a threat to the community. The practical effect is if our client's not in jail, they're free to continue to try to work, try to continue to care for their children or whatever obligation they have, live their life, enjoy their liberty while they're presumed innocent. Overall, he believes the benefits of the new law outweigh the challenges of increased demand on county resources. Although lawyers, prosecutors, and judges may be adapting, more time and data is needed to determine whether the critics' fears of the law come to fruition, which would be criminals being likely to reoffend or seeing an uptick in crime. I guess they haven't had enough time to see where that's going, but Illinois became the first state in the nation to adopt the no cash bail policy. So it is indeed, right now, it is an experiment in criminal justice reform. It has been used in other cities in a number of various states around the country, and I think the lessons they've learned in those states with the sheer number of repeat offenders, those out on the no-cash bail, subsequently going on to commit other crimes, and in some cases, like the likes of murder. You know, people dying because, well, the bad guy should have been in jail. If I had to wager a guess, I'd say we'll probably see more of that as those numbers begin to come in. But the first statewide no cash bail. Well, good morning, Pappy. What's happening out there?
What's going on, Steve? You know, it's just going to come down to people are just going to have to move. You live in a liberal city, liberal state, and you're conservative, just pack it up, man. Go somewhere else. Go to another city, another state that supports your values, I guess. I don't know. Man, them shingles, boy. I had it once, Steve, but I was lucky to get to see the doctor the same day she started me on antibiotics and kind of stopped the spread, so it wasn't that bad.
Yeah.
And I'm going back probably, I don't know, 7-8 years. And came around, hey, you want to take the vaccine? Yep. Give me that damn thing. I don't want to get shingles. Hey, man, did you see how they treated the communist Chinese in San Francisco? See, they rolled out the red carpet for these people, man. Unbelievable. Standing ovations. You see who was on stage, too? You had Larry Fink, head of BlackRock.
Really?
Right there. Oh, yes, dude. Right there cheering. Well, this was all investment companies, big tech, all getting together with the CCP and having a little powwow how we're going to move forward. Yes, sir. We treat our number one enemy, if I had to pick one, I would say it's China. Unbelievable. Hey, I was watching Jeffy tonight. There was a journalist that came out with a documentary on George Floyd. Steve, I mean, stuff we already talked about, but I guess she interviewed a lot of the law enforcement officers, some of them high-ranking.
To where they got
hands on
to where they got kind of the rest of the story. I'm looking at the clock here, so that's a good place to pause if we can. Take care of a news break and come back with more. How about that? Sounds like a plan. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA News Update. Reports indicate intense fighting in the vicinity of another hospital in northern Gaza on the 45th day of the Israel-Hamas conflict. UN officials disclosed that 31 premature babies were evacuated from the hospital Sunday, but numerous staff and patients still remain inside. Simultaneously, negotiators are reportedly nearing an agreement to secure the release of some of the more than 240 hostages believed to be held by Hamas. Today marked President Biden's 81st birthday, making him the oldest sitting president in U.S. history. Despite his age, Biden maintains that he is capable of handling the responsibilities of the job. However, a recent Reuters Ipsos poll revealed that 77%, including 65% of Democrats, believe Biden is too old to be president. AAA says 55 million individuals will head out this Thanksgiving holiday. Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners.
This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Chuckling at a video I saw had the Formula One race. I had not seen or heard about this yet. I guess you had some climate protesters there, and this guy somehow was actually made it out onto the track. What would be when they were trying to line the cars up? I guess he had actually glued his damn hand to the ground. Super glue or some... Because when the first guy came to try to yank him away, his hand was stuck to the ground. A couple of other guys show up, and they just pick him up. I guarantee he lost a little skin in that move. Yes, indeed. How many minds you think he changed for his cause with that? That's a good dumbass of the week nominee. How'd that feel? Anyway, back to Pappy. We were talking about somebody came out with a new documentary on George Floyd, just saying. They had interviewed numerous law enforcement. That's kind of where we left off.
Yes, sir. And obviously, the news media failed to report the facts because it didn't go along with their agenda. Showed documents, the coroner's report saying there was no signs of asphyxiation. It was highlighted.
Yeah.
No signs. Coroner made a comment that if he would have been found dead in an apartment building somewhere where somebody just finds him, right, and investigators come in,
it would have been a drug
they
overdose.
would have rolled it. Yes, sir. They
Yeah.
would have rolled it a drug overdose.
Yeah.
The amount of fentanyl he had in his system. Steve, he was arrested a year before that incident. He was under the narcotics task force for drug stealings. They stopped and arrested him a year prior to that. And he was acting the same way. The same way, not complying with their demands, acting a fool. She said if you roll that traffic stop along with the incident when the officer first walks up to his vehicle when he's sitting inside and refusing to get out, they matched identically, man. But Steve, man, it just, I'm just thinking that everything that has happened in this country, when you even go to Ferguson, right? The old hands up, don't shoot thing. All false. These were all lies perpetrated by the media. I mean, we've talked about this.
Yes.
We're just walking down memory lane here. I guess the reason I kind of bring it up is everything going on in the Middle East. Is this another stunt that they're trying to wheel out, bring chaos, not only in American cities, but around the world? There's still some questions, Steve, that haven't been answered, and I'm not quite sure, man. Why the Israelis military, why it took them 7 or 8 hours to respond to this attack. Even if they dropped the ball on the intel, right? What's the deal with the late response? Nobody's been answering that question yet. Benjamin was saying, I will figure that out after we get done wiping out Gaza.
Well, one of these days. I mean, somebody made a good point the other day. I saw that. He said, calls for a ceasefire. How about October the 6th? October the 6th, there was nothing going on,
Right. Yes, sir. Where was this ship aborted and taken hostage at?
Red Sea.
In the Red Sea?
Yep.
Kind of surprises me, Steve. I remember back when we heard about the old Somali pirates, boarding these ships. I can't believe that, even if it's a cargo vessel, whatever, that they don't have some sort of security.
You would think in this day and age, yes.
Yeah, especially in the open high seas, man. I mean, I don't get it. I know there was a call for, back when the pirates were doing those things, there were some ex-military guys getting paid high dollar to go take a little boat ride on these vessels and make sure when they get from point A to point B, and if they get attacked in between, they are to take care of business. And there's videos out there, Steve, of these guys taking care of business. I don't know if you ever seen any of them. They're pretty wild, man. Showing these little vessels trying to board these big vessels, man. And these ex-military guys just putting some lead down range, dude. They put their tail between their legs like a scared dog and
hightail it.
Yeah, so I'm thinking, man, if there's a helicopter trying to land on your boat, you know, it's not like they just whip it right in there and land real quick. Steve, somebody had a rifle, put a couple rounds into that daggone thing. I think you could probably, go pick another boat to land on. I don't know. What do I know, right?
Yeah, the Somalis used them little speedboat things, little rubber boats. This is kind of a totally different scenario. Haven't heard of them using a helicopter before to board a ship.
I thought that's what you said.
That's what they did. I haven't heard in the past. I've not heard of using a helicopter.
Oh yeah, right. Yeah. No, them pirates didn't have any equipment like that. You know, these are just. But this terrorist group, obviously they got more money because who's giving it to them, right? Iran. Yeah, man, trying to think what else. Oh, hey, it was a big guy's birthday yesterday, see?
Yeah, what do you think? Happy birthday, 81.
Big 81. Wonder if he got to eat 10% of his cake. Man, polls are going down, Steve. Listen, I hope Biden runs, man. I hope they don't give him the food.
Yeah, I mean, that's the way things are looking now. We could only hope, but I see the handwriting on the wall, like you said. You see the left media and the Democrats. They're turning on him. I don't know how much time they've got though. I mean, they got to make their move pretty soon, don't they?
Well, a couple rumors, Steve. They might wait till after the Republican convention, right? Let's see what happens with Trump. Let's see if he gets the nominee.
Mm-hmm.
Which more likely he will. But, I mean, who knows what could happen between now and then. You know? Like I said, what are they capable of? What are they willing to do? So they might be waiting to see if he gets the nomination, then they're going to. He'll pardon his son, everybody in his family, walk away. Kamala will take over until the next inauguration. And in that time, she'll give the big guy a pardon, too. That's the deal they're going to make.
Predictions. Could be.
Yeah. So, we'll see. All right, my man. Enjoy the holidays coming up. Guess you're back on tomorrow night, though, right?
One more night. Yes, indeed. One more time around, as they say. Okay, what did we see last week? Had a big commercial motor vehicle blitz, Savannah, Georgia. Resulted in 76 vehicles and drivers being placed out of service for various violations, according to the Georgia Department of Public Safety, the Motor Carrier Compliance Division. It was a targeted enforcement operation with a focus on identifying and addressing safety concerns with commercial vehicles and their drivers. And this was traveling in Savannah along I-16 and I-95 in the vicinity of the port of Savannah. During the detail, 328 inspections conducted, 52 vehicles and 24 drivers issued out-of-service orders for critical violations. The top driver-related violations during the detail were using a cell phone, 12. Improper lane usage, 32. Following too closely, 9. Speeding, 8. DUI, 1. And 35 seatbelt violations. The top vehicle-related violations during the detail, as typically the case is, brake-related issues, there were 12. Load securement, 13. Tire-related violations, just a handful there, 5. Let me see here. Sundance, yes, indeed. Oh, you want to explain that to horse feathers? We're going to, because sometimes your math does get clear as mud.
And I'll use his numbers to make it easy for him. And like I said, all right, here's what they're doing. He said $1,000 load on the rate side and a fuel surcharge of $500. Okay. All right, so I should have gotten $700 for the rate side at 70% of the 1,000. And the fuel surcharge is $500. That should have been mine. I paid for the fuel. So I should have got a total of $1,200 for the load.
Right.
The load, okay. Here's what they're doing. And they're doing it all my friends, I'm watching with other companies, they're doing, these companies are doing the same thing. They are taking the $500 off of the 1,000. And now you start with $500.
So you're getting,
and then they give you
70% of 500 and then put the 500 back on.
No, it's not that easy. No, they give you 500 and then they give you 70% of that 500. And now you're at 350. And then they throw the 500 back on and now you're back to 850. So out of the $500 fuel surcharge, you got 150 of it because you would have been at 7 with no fuel surcharge. And now you only getting 850, which would be an extra 150. And they're making, now the load now pays $1,500. And so they're making 500 plus another 150. So they're making $650 off the load that they should have only made $300 to begin with no fuel surcharge. See what I'm saying? You got me? Are you following?
That makes a little more sense.
Okay. So now we're all on the same page. That's what they did to me. And like I said, my fuel surcharge for last year was $107,000. So they took $107,000 off of my rate side first. Then they gave me 70%. So in all actuality, I lost, in doing that little math, I lost $70,000 or $76,000. That put me out of business. And that's what they're doing to all my friends at every company all my friends that driving, their customers, and I know their customers, and a lot of them are the same customers. But they were doing just fine up until about a year and a half ago. We were making bank. As a matter of fact, I was making so much bank, they figured they could steal it. Because there was weeks that I would run 3,000 miles and bring home $7,000 after my fuel and my truck payment, which run me around $2,200. My average to the company was $10,000 for a week for the whole year. So at that point, I was not counting fuel surcharge. So that should have put me at $7,000, them at $3,000 a week, and then I should have got the fuel surcharge, which was running, the miles that I was running was about $1,700 a week. So I should have been grossing 87. Subtract my stuff, I should have been bringing home $5,000. I was bringing home less than $3,000, and that's the problem. And they're doing it nationwide. Every trucking company is doing the same thing. They figured out a way to steal some more money, and that's what they're doing. They charge the customer, but they're taking it off y'all's rate side. Because some of my rates at the beginning, when I was getting like 14-cent fuel surcharge, my rate was like $1.73 on the load. Later on, the same load going to the same place, my rate went down to $1.23. They took 50 cents, which was about the fuel surcharge difference. Because one time I was getting 14 at the beginning. But yeah, and it didn't show up at the beginning because they was only taking $140 off that load. And later on, they were off the same load, they were taking $750 off that load.
Wow.
And that's what messed it up. They could, and that's what I'm telling you. All them companies are doing it because their buddies are going at 3 different companies. They were doing just fine, and then they couldn't figure it out. And they sent me the numbers, and I went over them, and it's the exact same. They're doing the same thing. They're all on the same page.
Yeah.
Because they can't have somebody making money here. But that's it. I mean, I'm glad we finally got there. Thank you, Horse Feathers. I appreciate it.
All right. Well, let me know when you get it all straightened out there, because we want the rest of the story. It is 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbochargers spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Well, Knucklebuster, what's going on out there?
Hey, I'm laying around out here just waiting for these people to open up in the morning, Steve. If Horse Feathers wants me to talk softer, I won't do it for him, but I'm only going to do it to Tennessee when I'm whispering her in her ear and telling her how beautiful she is there, right? What's going on with Gilligan?
He got the shingles.
Oh, okay. I thought he was talking something about his eyelids or something. I don't know.
He's got shingles. He's got shingles it's on his forehead and on his right above his eye and actually on the eyelid. I mean, it can be bad if it gets in the eye.
Oh yeah, I know that's right. Well, I thought he was talking about bacteria in his eyelids or something there. Well, my ophthalmologist, Ginger, she told me to wash my eyelids with baby shampoo. She said it gets rid of the bacteria on your eyelids, especially from wearing eyeliner. And I said, well, I don't wear eyeliner. She said, yeah, I know, but some guys do. Steve, I want to know, was Gilligan getting funny on us? That was my question until you straightened it out there. Well, I'm going to say this. If you're going to advertise on Steve Summers Overnight Drive, don't expect it to be for free. Pay the man. The company I work for, I'm not going to mention their name because I'm not giving them free advertisement on the show there, has 115 trucks. There's no owner or operators. We had one. He was the owner's brother. He got cancer and retired. So can I say one thing to that violent group, Hamas?
Absolutely.
Israel is going to wipe your butt completely off the face of this earth, and I'll be glad when they do. That guy that glued his hands to the asphalt, there's no cure for stupidity. And in Memphis, I don't know who's more criminal, the cops or the criminals themselves. So I'll leave that up to you. You can decide what you want there. Not all cops are bad, and not all cops are good. So,
yes, sir.
I read this on the Babbling Beast, too, but that San Francisco mayor reminds everyone to get their Christmas shoplifting done early.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
Make sure it's under $900 now. Under $900, so it's just a misdemeanor.
Yeah, I know that's right. Well, I found out it's illegal to drive in Texas with no windshield, Steve, but it's illegal to drive with no windshield wipers. So what's the point of having windshield wipers if you ain't got no damn windshield there, right?
Good point.
And speaking of Texas, I sent you an email from the New York Post there about the Marines brawl with the civilians. That one civilian hit that one Marine one time, and when he hit him back, Steve, his butt went straight to the ground. And then I do want to apologize for everybody having to put up with the Egg Bowl on Thanksgiving, Ole Miss versus Mississippi State. They ought to be tired of showing that game from now on there. So, but they got Ole Miss, ESPN's got Ole Miss at an 82.1% chance of winning. And then Vanderbilt versus Tennessee, they've got Tennessee at a 95% chance of winning. I don't see how they could do that after Tennessee's got their butt whooped the last 2 weekends in a row. And then here comes your game, Ohio State versus Michigan there.
Yeah, right.
They got Ohio State 45, Michigan 55.
Oh.
I think Ohio State's going to whoop Michigan up there.
That's interesting. So the odds makers are actually favoring Michigan.
Right. 5%, see.
Maybe the home field
how
advantage.
That goes.
Yeah, it's pretty much
given
split.
Sunday. Yeah. And then let's get Brother Rambler's game in there. They got Alabama at an 85.8% win, but that ain't no guarantee with Auburn there. So, and then I wonder what Monkey Gouger's been doing over in one of them South Carolina rivers there. They found a bunch of Confederate military records while they were cleaning the river up there. And that's all of my bull on it for tonight, Steve. So have a great day, a great weekend. I guess you're going to be on tomorrow morning, right?
Yes, that is correct. One more time, we'll do it and say happy Thanksgiving to everybody, right? And we'll return after this. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. The White House reports progress in efforts to secure the release of hostages held by Hamas in Gaza. National Security Council spokesman John Kirby said that while some strides have been made, additional work is required to facilitate a deal.
We believe we're closer than we've ever been, so we're hopeful. But there's still work to be done, and nothing is done until it's all done. So we're going to keep working on this.
This development coincides with news reports indicating that negotiators are close to finalizing an agreement to release some of the hostages taken during the October 7th attack on Israel. A survey conducted by Harvard's Center for American Political Studies, HarrisX, and the Harris Poll reveals that 3 out of 5 Americans believe President Biden was aware of his son Hunter's business dealings. The majority of respondents also indicated that they think the president assisted his son's business, although 40% expressed disbelief in such involvement. An investor in Tesla would like to see Elon Musk suspended.
A shareholder of Tesla is urging the company's board of directors to temporarily suspend Elon Musk due to his endorsement of anti-Semitic ideas on social media. Jerry Brackman is requesting the board to unequivocally acknowledge Musk's error in supporting an anti-Semitic post on X. As the president of First American Trust, Brackman stated in a release that while he supports free speech, there is no excuse for spreading hatred by a CEO of a public company. I'm John Schaefer.
The majority of Americans are aiming to steer clear of political discussions at the Thanksgiving dinner table. According to a national poll by Quinnipiac University, the survey indicates that over 60% of Americans would prefer not to broach the subject. Some analysts suggest that a healthy dose of Zip It would be good for the menu. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
Argentina has elected a new president. Lance Pry has the details.
The people of Argentina have said no to socialism. The South American country elected conservative libertarian Javier Milei as its new president yesterday. Faced with an economy nearly destroyed by triple-digit inflation, a looming recession, and growing poverty, he won 56% of the vote versus 44% for his rival. Milei promised swift measures to pull the economy out of its deep crisis, saying he's ready to welcome all those willing to join his efforts to restore the country's prosperity. Milei will be president of Argentina December 10th.
AAA anticipates that over 55 million individuals will head out on Thanksgiving travel, going at least 50 miles from their homes. This marks an increase of over 2% compared to a previous year and stands as the third highest Thanksgiving travel forecast on record. The majority of Americans are projected to reach their destinations by car. President Biden held the annual Thanksgiving turkey pardon earlier today at the White House.
Both Liberty, a 42.5-pound turkey, and Bell, a 42-pound turkey, were spared from ending up on someone's table this Thursday. Not only did they get to visit the White House, but Liberty and Bell got first-class treatment before their visit by staying at the luxurious Willard Hotel.
That's Corey Myers reporting. I'm Dave Collins, USA News.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight, a fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hello to John, one of our listening friends, who forwards my way after I shared the story about the state of Illinois. No cash bail. Story from the Springfield, Illinois, WICS. Springfield man under investigation after police said he gave them a fake name. Who police thought was Ronald C. Harris is actually 52-year-old Terrence Harris. Police said he's been using his relative's name that doesn't live in Sangamon County. He's been charged with retail theft several times since May. On November 7th, police arrested Terrence Harris for burglarizing Lanphier High School. He was released from jail a day later. Rearrested 4 days later at the same location. Springfield police said Terrence Harris has been arrested 12 times in the last 6 months. News Channel 20, Fox News Illinois, wanted to know why Harris keeps getting out of jail. Sangamon County's state attorney said charges like retail theft, burglary, and trespassing are no longer detainable under the Pretrial Fairness Act. There's the answer to the daggone question right there. So for people like Terrence Harris who've been released pre-trial, a judge is allowed to put conditions on their departure. Whether it's counseling or staying away from a certain area, obviously to not commit any new offenses. Now, the state attorney said his office cannot petition to have a person jailed for crimes that are non-detainable. But they still have options. What we can do is if somebody's charged with a crime that's non-detainable, they are released with conditions. Then they violate these conditions. We can then petition the court to detain them based on the violation of those conditions. Well, if he's been arrested 12 times in the last 6 months, how many times do you need to get arrested to get the damn conditions? Yeah, the county sheriff said the PFA has taken pressure off the jail by granting inmates pretrial release, but it can backfire on the residents, the taxpayers that actually pay the bills for the inmates to be housed here. are actually out there being the victims of crimes again. The attorney said, the county's state attorney said his office requested for Harris to be detained for 30 days after the latest arrest, again on November the 7th. The judge at that point ruled he could be detained for 14 days. He had bonded out on previous charges even before the PFA took effect on September the 18th. So he had been arrested before and after. And now he's part of that, what was it, the 6%. The 6% that commit pretty much all the crimes in this country. The same individuals over and over again. Let me see, not seeing a name there. Somebody, we got on board.
Hey, Steve, this is Uber Ed. How you doing?
Well, Uber Ed, what's happening?
Hey, can you still sign up for the cruise?
Yes, you can.
You can. What's the dates on it?
It is October the 12th through, it's an 8-night. I don't know the dates off the top of my head. I'll have to pull it up here. I should have that memorized by now, shouldn't I?
I was listening to Sundance. I didn't quite understand what he was talking about, but Minister talks the same way. I guess they all think the guy has fuel surcharge. How's he do he's getting a fuel surcharge?
How does he know? What was the question?
I said, how's he know he's getting a fuel surcharge? Does the company tell him he's getting a fuel surcharge?
Well, supposedly, yeah. That's what supposedly the company tells him, yeah.
Because, these brokers, they usually put everything all in the rate especially when you're an owner-operator. I don't know very many brokers that will break it down into a fuel surcharge and the rate. So, I tried to explain that to the minister. He said I didn't know what I was talking about, but why would you want to work for a company that you know is stealing money from you? That's beyond me. If they're kind of stealing the money from type of money he's talking about, that's beyond me. Why would you want to stay there?
At that point, I think he was, I don't know if he was a lease, on a lease deal or whatever, but yeah, I mean, I guess he said they put him out of business. Now he's working for a company, but.
No, he put himself out of business. They didn't put him out of business. He put himself out of business for even continuing to do like a lease purchase program if that's what he was in. First off, you should never do no lease purchase program. You're ignorant to do that anyway. The lease purchase program is nothing but the company wanting you to be a glorified owner-operator. If you're going to be an owner-operator, go out and buy your own truck.
Yeah.
Don't rent a company truck. If you can't afford to rent a company truck, or buy your own truck. Just be a regular company driver.
Yeah.
Don't buy their truck because it's overpriced to begin with. You'll never get that truck paid for, and it'd be wore out if you do get it paid for. So.
Well, Ed, I pulled up the dates here. We're headed down to Miami. It's optional. You could spend the night. We have reservations at the Embassy Suites room set aside there in Miami the night before on Friday the 11th. The ship departs on Saturday the 12th out of Miami. It's the ABC cruise, as you know, the Aruba, Curacao, Bonaire, and we arrive back in Miami on Sunday, October the 20th.
Okay. I think my wife wants to go on it because, my daughter and her husband, he's in the service. And they're fixing to get stationed in Italy next, and we're going to go to Italy next year to see them. So, but I think my wife still wants to go on it. So
okay.
I tried to pull up the link on the Facebook page. You can't pull up that link anymore on it. It's unavailable.
Well, I just pulled it up from my Overnight Drive Cruise Facebook page. That's where I pulled it up at. Wherever it says your itinerary.
Okay.
I'll share that again. I'll share it again on my page here in a minute.
Okay, I was looking at the cruise page. Somebody else, your wife had posted. I didn't check that link out, but somebody else posted it on that page, and you couldn't pull up that link.
Okay. Let me see here. Okay, I'm just sharing it right now on my Steve, not the Overnight Drive, but my Steve Summers Facebook page.
Okay. Yeah, she was asking me when it leaves and that because she wants to know when she needs to take off from work.
Yeah. So, okay. Yeah, I
told her I'd call you the other night. I wasn't working the other night.
I think the highest cabin level they've got, like deck. I think the level 6 is the highest they've got. Like they're booked, sold out above that, unless they've had some cancellations or something. So.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, well, that's all I wanted to know. She kept asking me. I was talking to her about it, and she wanted to know what the dates were, and I tried to pull it up. I couldn't pull it up.
There you go. I shared it again there, and I just clicked on it, and it took me right to the link there. It says your itinerary. It's got my picture there, and it says October 11 through October 20, your itinerary. So check it out there.
Okay.
All right. Thanks, Ed. Have a good morning. Well, what's going on, Vic?
Well, I've just been here. I've kind of been off and on the program here. I was trying to figure out the Brazilian South American soybean thing there. But anyway, and you mentioned a guy with the climate change. The whole world was kind of in a drought, and then I think Africa is having flooding now. Like I said, the weather just keeps going on. And I don't know, but I asked somebody, they always show that the effects of climate change, and it's like, well, what are the effects of climate change on the nearby weather? Because that's what I'm concerned about. I'm not concerned about something's going to happen, 100 years from now or whatever. I'm just curious what type of feed production we're going to have for the next year, because meat prices, as you know, they went through the roof. And it doesn't look like that there's going to be any increased animal production. And the poultry production, they're getting hit with the poultry flu again. But anyway, I've kind of been trying to catch up on all that overnight. But when you started off the show talking about people causing confusion at the holiday table, Steve, I don't know if you have somebody like that in your family or something, but sometimes there are people that if they can't find a controversy somewhere, they keep going until they finally start some sort of an argument or whatever. And unfortunately, we've had a couple of people in our family like that. And it's when my son was little, he got that echo virus, and we had to kind of make sure that he didn't. It caused you to run a real high fever, and it can actually do brain damage. So we were pretty sensitive about going to any group meetings, and we kept the house pretty warm. And one Thanksgiving, I didn't go, and my wife and daughter did. And they were wanting to fuss at my wife and daughter because I stayed home because I didn't want my son around the rest of the family, because there were a few in the family that, I don't care how sick their kids were, they'd still drag them out and about. And there's fussing about, we kept the house too warm. So, I was just thinking about that whenever you were talking about people wanting to cause confusion. But really what I called about it was this Israeli situation. And the other night I mentioned about the Hamas really started as like a charity. See, they were an extension of the Muslim Brotherhood. And they started off running hospitals and different types of things, food banks and that type of thing. And then gradually they kind of morphed into some sort of a terrorist organization. and they were competing against the Palestine Liberation Organization, and the PLO actually, I don't know exactly everything that PLO was fighting for, but their charter was that Israel could exist, and Hamas, basically their charter was that Israel can exist. So Hamas was kind of fighting with Israel and also with the PLO, but Hamas is an extension of the Muslim Brotherhood, and their tentacles go long and deep. And the reason I heard Pappy's wondering why the delayed response, whenever that October the 7th occurred, that was during one of the high holy days of Israel. So they were studying the Torah, or it has something to do with the Torah. I don't know exactly what it is, but that's what it was all about. So they weren't Israel, really, the IDF. I doubt that they were fully prepared to respond to that. How long it took them to respond or anything of that nature.
I know they say it was a major holiday, so I don't know. Would it be akin to an attack taking place here, maybe like on a Thanksgiving Day or something? It's like everybody's having a good time and not paying any attention?
Right. Yeah, I don't know, what a comparable holiday would be, but there's three holy days that I really know about in Israel, and of course, Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur, and I wasn't aware of this other holiday where they study the Torah, which is, that's like their Bible, so to speak, the ancient scrolls and all that. So, and I'm not aware of any of them except I think. Well, I'll probably get this messed up too, but I think Yom Kippur is whenever they kind of do their penance or whatever for the year and decide for the next year. But that was one reason why the IDF had a delayed response, and the deal is over there now that the IDF is making severe, really good inroads, and they're basically going through the whole Hamas infrastructure. They will probably destroy that infrastructure. And that's why they're running around saying, oh, we need a ceasefire. We'll give your hostages back. And it's like, well, you give the hostages back, and then we'll do the ceasefire. We're not doing a ceasefire on the promise you'll give the hostages back. When we see the hostages, we'll ceasefire, is what Israel needs to tell them, and I believe they learned enough from the United States experience and the French experience in Vietnam, to where the communists pull that stunt all the time. They tell them, if you do this or that, we're going to do something, and so we might have a bombing halt or whatever, and then the only thing that the communists would do was increase their defenses, fortifications, or strategies, or whatever. And the reason I bring that up is because the communists have always aided the anti-Israel forces, and to understand that whole conflict, you have to go back to the 1967 war, and basically, whenever the Arab nations were about ready to overrun Israel, and Israel thought that Israel had just completed their first nuclear bomb, and I've forgotten. Anyway, there was a site over there that they had, and Israel thought the Arabs were going to bomb that, and Israel was making a choice as to whether they were going to go nuclear or not. Mm-hmm. And the United States came in. The United States came in with conventional forces rather than see Israel go nuclear. And then the Soviets, they called and said, if the United States didn't back off and quit helping Israel, that the Soviet Union might go nuclear. So, and that was in the midst of our Vietnam War too, when it was just getting cranked up. But the 1967 war, that's where a lot of this all got started, and that they Israel took the Sinai Peninsula, the Golan Heights. I'm trying to think of all the places they took, the Gaza Strip. They took something, the West Bank from Jordan. And after all that happened, they've been trying to get all that property back. And Hamas's thing is we need to go back to the 1967 boundaries. Israel needs to go back to that. And, that's kind of the source of the confusion.
Yep.
But, and so anyway, that's kind of a really brief version of what happened, but that's the key point of how that came about. And I don't know why in our country, especially with what happened today, or yesterday, I guess it is now, when they took that one ship over, pirated that one ship over there. And I don't know how we could have so much power in the Mediterranean and have them, and have that ship be pirated. And again, back on the commercial side of things, there used to be something about the Treaty of the Seas, to where if it was
or
a commercial
you
ship,
weren't allowed to have weapons, correct? I saw that, and I know they were talking recently about amending that to allow, especially over there, trying to go through the strait. And if going back where you saw the Somali pirates boarding all those ships, taking hostages, they're trying to change that to where you can maybe hire private security forces, kind of thing. I would assume that's the reason. Like Pappy said, even if somebody if there was a shotgun on the doggone ship, they could have taken the helicopter down. Thank you so much, Vic. Good to hear from you. And real quick, before we hit our news break, bottom of the hour coming up here. Of course, we do have clear lines at 844-844-3388. They released this past day an AWRAD, which is the Arab World for Research and Development Foundation. I guess they had surveyed the Palestinians, and an overwhelming majority of Palestinians support the attack from October the 7th, the massacre on October the 7th. You're trying to say there's most of the Palestinians just want to live their lives, live in peace. This, to me, sounds like most of them are in support of eradicating Israel. The number came in at 85%. Now, this is a research and consulting firm based in the Palestinian Authority capital, Ramallah, in the West Bank. The poll surveyed the opinions across the West Bank and Gaza during the fourth week of the war. Face-to-face interviews conducted online. It is most revealing to find 85% of those polled Palestinians support the October 7 attack, either strongly or at least somewhat. Surprisingly, 68% of the West Bank residents strongly supported the assault, compared to 47% of respondents in Gaza. The poll also asked the respondents, what the respondents thought was the main reason for the Hamas attack. 35% said they believe the reason is the oppression of Palestinians, especially what they saw as Israeli attacks on the mosque in Jerusalem. That's why Hamas dubbed it the Al-Aqsa flood. The attack was on the mosque previously. Other answers included responses to broader issues, freeing Palestine, ending the occupation, or stopping settlements. 33% responded that way. Breaking the blockade of Gaza was the response from 21%. Only a small percentage surveyed said regional interest, like Iran's military planning or a possible Israeli normalization with Saudi Arabia, were the reasons for the attack. But 85% support from Palestinians.
USA News Update. Reports indicate intense fighting in the vicinity of another hospital in northern Gaza on the 45th day of the Israel-Hamas conflict. UN officials disclosed that 31 premature babies were evacuated from the hospital Sunday, but numerous staff and patients still remain inside. Simultaneously, negotiators are reportedly nearing an agreement to secure the release of some of the more than 240 hostages believed to be held by Hamas. Today marked President Biden's 81st birthday, making him the oldest sitting president in U.S. history. Despite his age, Biden maintains that he is capable of handling the responsibilities of the job. However, a recent Reuters Ipsos poll revealed that 77%, including 65% of Democrats, believe Biden is too old to be president. AAA says 55 million individuals will head out this Thanksgiving holiday. Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little suggested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
No two ways about it as the millions and millions of travelers head out as we kick off the holidays. Thanksgiving gets it all started as we speak. So we'll all go over the hills and through the woods and bring the flu bug from Georgia to Ohio, bring the COVID from Michigan to California. Everybody's going to share and share alike, right? Yeah, we know that's, you really begin to see the uptick in the cold and flu season when everybody starts getting together, spending more time indoors as things get cold. It's just the reality of it. If it's any consolation, I don't know if you've got some of the COVID tests. Many of them that you may have in your pantry that you had from previous, they may have expired by now. I know a lot of things are supposedly good past their expiration dates, but I'm not sure about the COVID tests. The government announcing this past day they will start taking orders for another round of free COVID tests for delivery across the country, according to the Department of Health and Human Services. Households that had ordered 4 free tests, the website covidtests.gov, when they offered them again back in September, are eligible to order 4 more, while those that did not order in September can actually submit 2 orders for a total of 8 free tests. Yeah, we're making tests available, they say, ahead of the holiday season. Yes, starting with Thanksgiving and ending with New Year celebrations as travel, public transportation, indoor gatherings tends to spread infections. So there you go. We had word several months ago that they had suspended the free test program, which had started taking orders back in January of last year. In August of that year, they resumed offering the test again in December of last year. Cases were surging. They opened another round of orders on September the 25th this year. These tests are paid for, they say, using the COVID supplemental funding from the American Rescue Plan. Remember when we spent trillions of dollars? The administration has distributed over 1.6 billion free tests to date. According to the spokesperson, those delivered to personal homes through the website, as well as millions going out to weekly to long-term care facilities, schools, community health centers, and things of that nature. Health and Human Services and the Department of Education plan to expand a program that will be bringing these tests available to schools all over the country over the coming weeks. So I guess if little Johnny gets the sniffles, he can go to the nurse's office and they can test him right there to see if you need to go home, Johnny. You got COVID. Just so you know, is that a voice from the past, Big Sexy?
Yeah, it is. I normally don't get started early enough for you to still be on the air, but I usually get started about an hour after your show ends, but tonight I'm starting a little early, so I thought I'd give you a call.
When did you make a complete change of schedule? It's been a while.
Back in July, I went from doing that mail out for the paper to doing non-emergency medical transport.
I remember now.
So,
see, I've slept a time or two, so that's right. So you're not with us live most of the time.
No, I'm solar powered most of the time now, but I had to start early enough this morning. I had to go far enough out to get one that I had to start before the show ended. So I actually was able to give you a call this morning, and it's been a while since I called, so I thought I'd call and check in. I really don't have anything for you. I just wanted to see how things were going.
Well, I mean, it's been a while since we talked. Have you fully recovered from your injury back over the summer? Everything doing all right?
It's not fully recovered. They said I did tear that rotator cuff, but and they want to do surgery on it. But
I can now raise it over my head. It don't hurt me except when I, there's a lot of energy on that arm. Really put it under strain. So it's getting better and better every day. I had a brother-in-law that done the same thing, and he didn't get surgery. But he said within a year he was back to normal. So as long as it's recovering on its own, not hurting me, and I'm able to do what I need to do, I think I'm going to hold off on that surgery. I don't want that surgery unless I have to.
Absolutely, yeah.
But yeah, I mean, arm's doing a lot better. Everything's going good right now. I don't have any complaints.
That's good news.
I sure like the extra money I'm making.
So what's on the slate for Turkey Day, Thanksgiving this year?
Well, by the time Thanksgiving gets here, I will have worked 10 straight days. I get Thanksgiving off and come back and work Friday and Saturday. So we're all getting together at my sister's. So I'll run over there for Thanksgiving, and I'll come back home and probably go to bed early because I have to start Friday.
Yeah, back at it. I get you. Yeah.
Yeah, but normally we don't work Sundays, but I did this past Sunday because we're not running Thursday. And we got members that have to have dialysis and stuff like that we had to get to their appointments. So they moved all that up since the dialysis center is not going to be open. So Thanksgiving and the week of Christmas we'll work Sunday.
I got you. Okay.
So, but that's going to be more money for me.
So you don't hardly get it. You're working Saturdays and everything, so you don't even get a chance to sit back and enjoy your Saturday college football and all that.
Well, there ain't been much of my college football to enjoy this year. I mean, I think we're going to end up being one game short of being bowl eligible, or maybe 2 games short, depending on how this will go this Friday against Missouri. So, and there's been a lot of people down here calling for the head coach's head, but the athletic director did say he's not going nowhere. He's got at least one more year on this contract. So we'll see how it turns out. Because a lot of the losses we had, Alabama, at LSU, we played all those games on the road. We played 6 straight games on the road, and then most of them was lost by 3 points or less. So that's not really that bad of a season when you're in it. The win-loss may not show what the effort showed,
Yeah, you put up a fight, but yeah.
Plus a lot of injuries and stuff like that, so, But, I mean, to go to LSU and Alabama and come out, well, LSU had to kick a last-second field goal to win it. I mean, to do that, you're doing pretty good if you can go to those places and come within 3 points of winning.
Well, yeah, hanging with the big boys, right? It's not like the team's bad. It's just, every once in a while, luck has to fall your way, you'd think.
Yeah, a few breaks went the other way. We could be talking about an 8-win season or more. 10 more points scored during all that. We could have been talking about an 8-win season. So, I'm not really that down. They did fire the offensive coordinator, and they need to fire the offensive line coach and get some new coaches in there. And our head coach, that's what he was known for. He coached at Georgia when Georgia started all their main run, he was their offensive line coach. He was a well-known, well-respected offensive line coach, and now the offensive line can't even block for the quarterback. So, I mean, it'll get straightened out. Besides that, it's basketball season.
You're trying to turn the page.
Number 14 ranked. Number 14 ranked. Tucked down number 2 Purdue in a game that didn't count. It was a regular game, but it didn't count. It was one of those exhibition games for charity. Beat them in overtime. If you can do that, you got a pretty good team. So, waiting to see what happens there.
Hey, well, Big Sexy.
But I just thought I'd give you a call and check in with you.
No doubt. Thanks for the update. Good to hear from you.
Yeah. You have a good Thanksgiving, Steve.
You got it. Thank you. All right. I know our old buddies Santa Claus and Mrs. Claus rolling up into Portland to celebrate Thanksgiving with with the family. Is it the grandkids, kids, whatever it is? Video captured last week in Portland. Protesters climbing on top of and surrounding a semi-truck. Yeah, that video was captured on the 17th at the Boeing facility there in Portland. A group of demonstrators, they had gathered for the Shut It Down for Palestine rally. The Palestinian supporters. Video captured at the scene. You can see dozens of people swarming the semi-truck trying to enter the facility. One who had climbed on the hood of the truck appears to be striking the truck with some sort of an object. What would you do? You're becoming surrounded. Dozens of protesters like this. I know some say that, hey, I'd just hit the gas and go. You may in turn run over and kill somebody. What do you do? KPIC reports there was no damage to the truck and the driver was ultimately not hurt. Apparently, the driver decided, I guess smartly, to leave the facility and decided to come back at another time. Then the story of a motorist fleeing an ambulance after a deadly wreck that took the life of a truck driver in Virginia this past Sunday. Woodbridge, Virginia, Sunday morning about 5 a.m., I-95, where apparently a sedan and a FedEx tractor trailer collided on the southbound lanes of 95. The tractor trailer then struck the pillars supporting the flyover ramp, which caused the trailer to rip open and lose its contents, according to state police. Truck driver perished at the scene. A short time later, the motorist fled the crash on foot, the crash scene, while he was being treated by EMS at the scene. Neither the truck driver or the motorist have been publicly identified at this point, but officers are still, they say, searching for the now missing motorist. Traffic on southbound 95 was limited to one lane near the crash scene until about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. So, again, Sunday morning, 5 a.m. till 3 in the afternoon, trying to figure out what the heck was going on there. We shall return into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studio.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
I wouldn't say there was ever a time that I was what you'd call an adrenaline junkie, but when I was much younger, I did love the roller coasters. Yeah, back in the days when they first opened the original The Beast there in Kings Honor, I remember we'd ride that darn thing, and when we'd get off, we'd literally run so we can get back in line to ride it again. I've become the old fogey who now is, when you pay all that money to go to an amusement park, I'd be the one that pretty much sits there to watch the kids or the grandkids ride the fast stuff. And, hey, let's do the merry-go-round. Or something. I got to do the smooth rides. But I mentioned that because the word is adrenaline junkies may be in for a real treat as the world's tallest and fastest roller coaster is set to be built in Saudi Arabia. How often do you hear world's tallest, fastest? If memory serves, was not the Beast, or when it first was built, that was, I think, the tallest, fastest wooden coaster. But they keep getting larger and larger. Now, I'll never ride it because you couldn't pay me enough to go to Saudi Arabia. I'd end up in the prison for life. Can't obey those Islamic rules, if you know what I mean. Falcons Flight is set to open at Six Flags Qiddiya next year. Promises to reach a 156 mile per hour top speed and drop over a desert cliff. Falcons Flight, nicknamed the world's first EXA coaster, world's first, set to be the first to go over 500 feet in height with a massive 640-foot drop. That takes my breath away just to think about it. The current record holder for height is at the Six Flags Great Adventure in Jackson, New Jersey. That's a height of 456 feet. Kingda Ka. The Saudi attraction will also be taller than the iconic London Eye. The Super Coaster also promises to be the longest ever, with a record 2.64 miles in length. It will traverse more than 13,000 feet of track, or almost a mile longer than the current world record holder, which is the Steel Dragon 2000 in Japan. Falcons Flight, soaring over a Formula One racetrack, will also beat the current record holder for speed. Formula Rossa, a Ferrari World Abu Dhabi, reaches a speed of 149 miles per hour and requires riders to wear safety goggles. The train on Falcons Flight, they say, will seat 14 people, 2 in the front car, 4 each in the remaining 3 cars. Each row will have its own windshield, which takes away the need to wear goggles. Yeah, but even a speck of particle at 156. If you ever been on a coaster, there was a time when I think I was on the Racer at Kings Island. Yeah, some little speck of it was a speck of a metal. Yeah, something got my eye after I got off the ride, and I ended up having to go to the eye doctor and have them actually remove that piece of metal from my eye. I remember well. What do you say, hippopotamus?
You sure that windshield isn't for the person that vomits in front of you?
That would be useful. It could serve a dual purpose.
Yeah, I was going to say, does that windshield come with a windshield wiper that's required in Texas? Just asking. Anyway, so the most important question we have to ask Scarecrow about this dream he had with you with the new princess is, now, was that a replacing princess, or are you having, dual princesses at this time? And did the new princess with the short blonde hair, did she sport the Steve Summers Overnight Drive T-shirt? And if she was it all bodacious? Inquiring minds want to know. I mean, we're trying to put this picture together in our mind here. So we have to get elaborated on Scarecrow's dream here.
Scarecrow, what is your recollection? Was she bodacious, short? Was she well-rounded blonde, or?
I was just totally bewildered that she was strolling around in my house. No, I
I got to sleep on this one, Steve. There might be more that come to me. And this is ironic. This was the very reason that primary reason I wanted to get back with you, just to allow you to sleep better, today now. Now this whole deal with the short blonde-haired Steve, it'll remain just between the two of us here. You don't have to worry about me spreading any falsehoods or such, just between the two of us and the 1,000 or so others that happen to be listening at that moment there. Does that answer your question there, hippopotamus?
Well, yeah. Okay, so you're going to go back and do some more studying on the situation then.
Well, yeah, as I say, we're going to sleep on it and hope for the best there.
I've never been real successful in trying to re-enter a very good dream, if you know what I mean. I've tried to go back, but tend not to get there.
Yeah, I know where you're coming from there. I've tried that very same thing. And, boy, doggone it. But no, I given that I don't have the princess's contact number, Steve, no, you can rest assured that, oh, wait a minute here now. Maybe I do have that number, Steve. Maybe you won't be resting so comfortably here tonight or today, whenever you're going to try to rest. Oh, such as it is to have good friends on the overnight drive. I guess that's enough for now. There is that casual Wednesday coming up,
There you go. So, Steve, I wanted to add to you one thing here. I was at the gas station last night getting gas in the pickup, and I got some sayings and the stickers on the back there to come with the truck there, and one of them says, "Dirty hands, clean money." So somebody asked me about it, and I said, well, I work hard for my money, and unlike the people down there inside the circle who start out at $175,000 a year and a couple of years end up multi-millionaires, and he kind of agreed, and we got talking a little bit, and he said he had a Ford there with a 6.0 motor in it that apparently has got water that's eating a rust hole through the block from the inside. And I said, well, I don't know if I could help you with that, but I said, you got injector problems with it? And he says, oh yeah, all kinds of them. So we spread the word about Hot Shot Secret there, and he was supposed to be looking it up and checking it out, but just a little conversation at the gas pump there, and we keep spreading the word. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. Well, thank you very much.
So, anyways, we'll catch you with a casual Wednesday or hump day or Mike. What day is it going to be tomorrow? I don't even know where we're going with this.
Whatever it's going to be. All right. Well, thank you, Horse Feathers. Scarecrow, I guess you the same. Have yourself a good day. Safe travels. And hopefully you can find your way back into that nice dream.
Oh, we're chomping at the bit. Yeah, we'll come up with some answer for you tomorrow there, Steve. Thank you. Talk later.
Have a good day. All right. I did see, hello, Spaceman. Yeah, he did chime in here a little bit earlier. But he said somebody flipped the switch at Buster Brown, of course, who he's working for now. Peak season has begun. Literally overnight Sunday. So things getting busy. Have a great day. Yeah, come on back at the midnight hour. We'll roll into a Wednesday, Thanksgiving Eve, for our next edition of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just it's better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love.